Yo, vintage got the boom back.
Rumble, YouTube, family, what's good? What's happening? I know I'm looking mad ashy right now. Forgive me, the lighting's a little bit crazy. Welcome, 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 Flat Earth Friday, baby, in the house. All right, and in the Foundry, of course, on my channel. Yes, welcome, welcome. We made it to the weekend. I'm so excited. I'm so happy. Even though weather's a little bit wild and a little bit crazy, man, we're going to push on through. It's all right. But I'm happy to have y'all here. Happy to be here. And yeah, man, let's get this weekend started, huh? What's up? What's going on, y'all? What's going on? But of course, first and foremost, salutations. Salutations. What, Charlotte? What's that mean? Salutations, you know. So you know what I gotta do? I gotta say what's up first. You know what I'm saying? I gotta say what's up to the Foundry and those of y'all within. Yes. Starting off with Hulu Kuko. How you doing, sir? Must be new to the Foundry. Welcome, welcome. JJ's in the house. Good to see you, sir. All right, JJ's here. Serious business. What's happening, sir? The True Fuse in the Foundry. Good to see you. Rethink Inc. How you doing, sir? Good to see you. Good to see you. I know. I got this. I got this shirt. This is like out of Dad's closet shirt. I know. I'm looking at it right now. This shit look like a table mat. You know what I'm saying? But I know y'all will forgive me for that. I come in here, you know what I'm saying, with a robe on sometimes. So y'all forgive me for the table, the table cloth. You know what I'm saying? Big old tablecloth shirt. It's all good though. I like it, you know. Rethink Inc.'s in the house. Good to see you. Good to see you. Shannon Emerson, haven't seen you in a bit. Girl, you must have been busy. I haven't seen you in a minute, but it's still good to see you. Don't matter, you know. Tourette 3006, how you doing, my brother? Good to see you. Good to see you. Tourette 3006 also has a channel. And so, again, for you guys with your channels, please do not wait on me. That includes you, JJ. All right, JJ, go ahead and just drop your stuff. So I know there's a couple of y'all that I'm going to be coming across with channels. Mr. Warrior coming out to play with us tonight. I know it's a little bit late. I apologize, but still, it is good to see you, sir. Plain and simple truth in the Foundry. Welcome, welcome. RG's in the house. Good to see you, sir. Drop that channel. You know what to do. You don't need me to do it for you. So go ahead, do that. You guys have your channels on deck, ready to rock. Rock out with your channels out. I'm watching myself today. You know what I'm saying? So rock out with your channels out. Go ahead, drop them things in the link or drop them links in the Foundry, please. Y'all know I'm a little bit slow on the trigger, so Mr. Rizzo, Mark Rizzo. Mark Rizzo, I said, good to see you, man. Good to see you. Good to see you. Carrie Skates in the house. Good to see you. Good to see you. All right. Monkey Cat Pat Pat. It's around here. Okay, okay. JJ. All right. And then down the list we go. Effie Nation. Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Drop that channel. Don't wait on me. IC Spin, one of our Globers, one of our many Glober buddies in here, along with Monkey Cat Pat Pat. All right. Mojo Shop. Welcome, Mojo Shop. Welcome, welcome. Mojo Shop. Heresy Seed. Psyop within a Psyop. Anytime I see that name, man, I just think of a mirror looking at another mirror. Psyop within a Psyop. Good to see you, my brother. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you, fam. All right. Valley Parks is in the house. Valley Parks, Lord Racer is in the house. All right. All right. All right. Immortal Souls is in the Foundry. Yes, he is. He is here. So, guys, again, do not wait on me. Drop those channels. Don't wait on me. Drop them. Drop them like they're hot. Drop them like they're hot. Y'all like how I did that, right? Just drop them channels in there, man. Drop them like they're hot. Do not wait on me. Jim Anus, what's happening, man? That name, man. Jim Anise. You kill me. Jim Anise, Jim Anus. You be killing me, man. Killing me with that name. Good to see you, fam. Good to see you. All right. Drop them channels, Mr. Anus. Drop that channel. Drop that channel. Drop it. Drop it. Drop it. The Akinator, what's happening, fam? Good to see you. 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 Good to see you in the Foundry. All right, that wasn't good, but whatever. Y'all get the point. Okay, so we are going down this list rather fast. Yes, we are. Mad Mac, what's going on? Mad Mac, minus the cheese. Good to see you, man. Mad Mac's in the house. All right, all right. Uh, Netta, what's happening, fam? Good to see you, man. Netta's here. Netta has joined us tonight. Good to see you, man. Back for a little bit for tonight, man. I dig it. I dig it. All right, all right. Okay. Man, it's so good to see y'all tonight, man. Man, I love when we congregate and we gather. And DeWitt Straight Laces, how you doing, bro? Good to see you. Saddle Bum. I was about to say you next. Saddle Bum is in the Foundry. Good to see you, Saddle Bum. Welcome, welcome. DeWitt, Saddle Bum, waiting for Santero 59. Usually he be coming. Salad's in the house. Good to see you, Salad. All right, all right. Hey, look at that. Look at how fast we got down that list, man. Man, we made it down this list. Woo, in record time. That's a record. Usually it takes me like a while. You know what I'm saying? I sit around and I start talking on you guys' thumbnail and stuff like that. Like I'm Mr. Rogers and I got time like that. But I made it down that list rather fast today. Mm, so that's a good thing. God bless America. You know what I'm saying? So we got all of you guys in the Foundry. And again, guys, if you need to drop your links again, do not wait on me and don't feel as if you're polluting my chat. Drop those links in here. Please drop those links in the Foundry. And for all you guys that are getting ready to make your own channels, look, make your channel. Okay, one of our latest additions, I think, is Heron's Song. Heron's Song has been coming out and she's been making us stuff and she's been making good stuff. JJ, a new addition, right? Awesome, awesome channel. Oh Me No More, a new addition. Awesome channel there. Blacklight, RG the artist, all amazing channels, right? And these guys, they decided long ago never to walk on anyone's channel. If they fail, if they succeed, at least they live where they believe, because the greatest channel is happening to them. It's like, let me stop. But real talk. Yes. That's right. That's right. My bad, y'all. Yes. Check out my Rumble as well. Iron Earth 92,000. Iron Earth 92,000. That name is Iron Earth, not Iron Work, but Iron Earth 92,000. Find me on that Rumble side because YouTube, my days are numbered. I promise you. I promise you. I be getting more strikes than Nolan Ryan out this bitch on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? YouTube always find a reason to strike on me. So it is what it is. But amazing channels you got out there, right? RG's out there. RG got his channel, right? Amazing channels. So these guys have started their stuff. And listen, there aren't enough people that are learning about the true earth, right? Now I'm starting to just change my language a little bit, right? Instead of the flat earth, the true earth, because it's what the earth is. It's not ain't no guesswork behind it. It's not a theory. It's not opinion based. It is what it is. You understand what I'm saying? My niece just sent me her report card today, and I was very proud of her. You know, my nieces and all the girls in my family do very well when it goes to school, right? She did well. And then I saw she got a 96 in school. And my thing is, you know, me as a kid, right? When I was a kid and I was growing up, if I got anything like a 90, I could have gotten a 99.9 in class. My parents would be like, what happened to them point 0.1 points? What happened? What happened? What did you get wrong? Are you stupid or something? You don't know how to add? You know, shit like that. They would have done shit like that. But instead of saying that to my niece, what do you think I said to her? I said, you know what, sweetheart? That's a nice grade, man. 96. I was like, why do you think you didn't get 100? She's like, I don't know. Math was a little bit tedious. I was like, I understand, but why do you think? She's like, I don't know. I was like, because you think the earth is a ball. That's why. If you knew that the earth was flat, you would have gotten 100. You probably would have had 105 extra credit. You know what I'm saying? But hey, it is what it is, man. You know, that's one of the things that I realized, and I'm just bullshitting. You know, I was just playing with the, but it does something to you. You know what I'm saying? One of those things that I realized that is that the things like the mathematics become a little bit easier to understand because it doesn't become a method of just memorizing, right? It becomes something in which you truly begin to understand why the math is designed a certain way. This is what I feel is so important when it comes to what is true and separating, basically, again, like the wheat from the chaff. What's true from what's not true. When you got to sit there and deal with what's not true and you're not interested and you don't really show any heart, no emotion towards it, it's fleeting. It doesn't stay, it doesn't remain, because you really didn't take to it. Part of that is you don't understand it. And you truly don't understand it. When you truly understand something, you don't have to remember every single concept about it. No, you don't have to. But it's just a natural comprehension. You just get it, right? And you can't teach anybody that. It's one of those come to Jesus moments that maybe they're rare, but they're rare for a reason. You can't have a come to Jesus moment for everything, right? Come to Jesus moments come when it's like you finally get it, you fully understand it. Kind of like riding a bike, and you just don't ever forget. I mean, you could sharpen your skill in riding a bike, and then you could ultimately probably learn how to ride a bike on a 3-inch wide beam without falling off. But riding a bike is riding a bike. Your body just gets it. Now, when it comes to something like, riding a unicycle, that might take a little bit more work, but you kind of get the concept of doing it with two wheels. Hell, ultimately, you could get it doing it with one. It's just one of those things, comprehension and truly understanding and getting to know it intimately. I feel the flat earth, the true earth, would introduce these many people, right? Many people to what the mathematics means, making it all make sense. And of course, doing traditional American style mathematics, it's a process. You know what I'm saying? One of the things I would tell my nieces, my nephews, and my daughters, I would be like, listen, man, these maths, I get that you don't like them, but it takes time. Just takes a little bit of time, right? Everything is damn near formula based. You remember your formulas, you're golden, right? But even better, so still, is if you understand why the formulas are designed a certain way. Um, for example, like, when I was an electrician, one of my formulas, just to better understand um which fuse I needed to put in a panel based off of what my voltage rating was, right? Um, I would always remember P equals I times E, power, right? Power in a system, or just power in general in watts, is equal to I times E, voltage multiplied by, or current multiplied by voltage would give me my power. And basically, if you just understand it as, you know, the movement of water, combined with your stored water, right, is going to yield what your power is, right? How much power there is. And tweaking those numbers and stuff like that. And yeah, there we go. So Terra 3006 gets it. VI. And yeah, some people call it VI, VC, but some people even call current C, which I think is crazy because you have capacitance, right? Um, so I think that's wild. But yeah, you get it. The Navy, we do I E, I as current and E as voltage, right? Some places call voltage as V instead of E. It's crazy. I don't even know. I looked it up as to why they call voltage E in the Navy. I don't know. I don't even know why. But anyway, all that to just say, man, once you understand it, it won't get away. You may not understand, you may not remember all the details. You don't have to, but once you understand it and you get the gist of it, it works wonders. Truly it does. All right. So we got a couple new add-ins in here. Harmon's in the house. Good to see you, sir. Harmon is in the Foundry tonight. Good to see you, Harmon. Good to see you. Harmon is in his regular getup. Harmon is in his regular getup. He's not in his alternate mode. He is in normal Harmon fashion with the Minnesota Vikings hat. Post anything twos in the Foundry. Good to see you, fam. So Harmon got his Minnesota Vikings hat on and not just a letter showing Flat Earth Outlaw. So that's what's up. It's good to see him in his regular digs. I love it. I love it. Godheart Guardian is in the Foundry. Good to see you, sir. Godheart Guardian is here too. Chris Getz is also here. Good to see you, fam. Crashes 82 is also here. All right, man. We are moving. We are grooving tonight, boy. Tonight we are. So I'm sure everybody's looking at the damn title and what the hell we're talking about. So this is one of those things. Again, tonight, for all you people of the globe that look to make it your business and your life's mission to fool people of the flat earth, I got 3 words to say. 3 words to say to you. Shame on you. Shame on you. Bad, bad, bad. Bad Globers. Shame on you. Now, why are you lying about these things? Why do you feel it's important for you to hide this world to us, right? To hide this world from us. And the Globers that don't know any better, what is it that my question is, you're not an elite person. You're broke. You smell. You don't get no pussy. So my question is, you probably don't get no pussy, man. So my question is, what would possess you to lie? Where's the gain in that? Trust me, flat earthers ain't getting no pussy either. You go ahead and tell a motherfucker that you a flat earther. He ain't get no ass either, probably. You know what I'm saying? But it's all good. But I'm over here talking shit. But shame on y'all. What is it that you gain with lying to people? What is it that you gain with trolling people, with hiding the truth? What do you stand to gain? Is it doggy biscuits? Is it free electricity? What do you get? Hmm? Is it free ice cream for like 2 months, a month? Free bucket of chicken from Kentucky Fried Chicken from Popeyes? What you get? What do you get? All right. Oh, me no more is in the Foundry. Good to see you, fam. I ain't got no money. There we go. Oh, me no more is in the Foundry. Good to see you, fam. Good to see you. So, yeah, my question is, what do you stand to gain hiding the true worth from everybody and pointing everybody to your globe earth lie? Let me tell you what that does. Let me tell you what that does. First off, you got to realize when people, because it doesn't matter how long you lie to these people are ultimately going to they're ultimately going to come across what the truth is. You understand? They're ultimately come across what the truth is, and they're going to remember the one that kept them from the truth and the longest, the one that fought the hardest to keep them from the truth. Now, they're going to have a million questions. One of the big resounding questions is going to be, why would you hide that from me? Why would you make it your life's work just so you don't point me in the right direction? You understand what I'm saying? So you got to think about these things when you sit there and you make these claims that the earth is a ball and flat earthers don't get it and the map is wrong and this and that. Because once the truth comes out and once all that leaks, they're going to look to you and they're going to be like, why would you mislead me? What do you stand to gain misleading me? You know what I'm saying? And just look, that's not me making fun. Okay, you not getting pussy, that's me making fun. Me saying that you stink or all that, that's me making fun. But real talk, like you guys gain nothing from that. There's nothing for you. You guys don't get paid. A lot of y'all ain't getting paid. Now, if y'all are Mick Baboon and y'all are prostitute Dave, there's money in it for you, which will ultimately leave your hands anyway. And they're gonna chase you down, pitchforks, torches, and all, once they find out what the truth is of this place, and it's gonna suck for you. But if you're not part of that crew, if you're not part of that elite group of people making money off of the globe earth, why do you do it? Why do you do it? Because part of me thinks that many of you think that we're right. I think sincerely that a lot of y'all find yourselves in my like my channel. You'll find yourself on JJ's channel, Oh Me No More, RG's channel, Blacklight's. Actually, Blacklight will kick your ass out. Blacklight don't play that shit. He ain't waiting for y'all to talk shit. He just kick you out. Nano CBD's in the house, nice and early too. Oh snap! not showing up at the end. Good to see you, family. All right, all right, right. So there are a lot of people that tolerate it and you coming in, and it is what it is now, right? It is what it is. But I don't know what you stand to gain from us. And I'll keep saying that. Maybe you're tired of hearing it, but I have to keep saying that, right? Because I have to keep reminding you that you are of the globe. And there is nothing for you here. We're not going to say anything new. As far as I know, we're not going to say anything new. There are a few things that I have on my mind that I'm going to ultimately be presenting to you. I just need to make sure that I have all my ducks in a row before I start talking about it. All right. There are a couple of things that I'm going to present to you guys here in the future that I came across, and I don't want to jump the gun, and I don't want to give half half answers or half anything that I studied. Right. And that's important, just so you at least understand whether I'm wrong or right in what it is I'm researching right now. Just so you understand where it is I'm coming from. So I got some things that are, if they're not new, ultimately they are something that maybe we haven't touched on in some time. But I've looked and it looks pretty new to me. Um, and so yeah, when you guys come in here, like, it's not globe stuff. It's not globe stuff. Today we're not talking about video games. I know we were on JJ's channel the other night. JJ was fun as hell, man. JJ came out with stacks upon stacks of old Nintendo games, right? And I was like, oh snap! JJ apparently is an avid collector of old ass Nintendo cartridge, like Gen 1 Nintendo. You know what I'm saying? So he came out with stacks upon stacks of just Nintendo cartridges, and just he came out with a Famicom, basically a Nintendo Famicom. That was the Japanese version, like the plug into the top Nintendo. So yeah, JJ collects video games, and I was like, yo, cover up the name and let's see if me or old me no more could come up with the title based off of just the picture. And it's amazing. It's crazy what our recall was, just finding out what these games were, just remembering what the games were just by looking at the cover. And so we were just getting them shits, getting them shits, getting them shits. It was crazy, man. It was fun as fuck. You know what I'm saying? But then he came out with games that didn't nobody see. Like he was like, no, not that one. There were just weird games, and it was like, I ain't never seen that one. Overlord, now that I think about it, I remember Overlord, seeing that one in a comic book. It was an advertisement for Overlord in a comic book. There was some games that I was like, I don't know what that is. Yeah, I just wasn't familiar, and there were new games. Nintendo had still been making games even when Super Nintendo was out and Sega Genesis was out, and those guys were like going head to head. Nintendo was still producing games. Apparently people like JJ were still buying Nintendo games. Apparently they have Bubble Bobble 2, they have Top Gun 2, which I think Top Gun 2 is the original Top Gun anyway. They have Skate or Die 2. They have Skate or Die 2. They also have Ski or Die. Here's another crazy thing. They had Mega Man. They had so many Mega Mans. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Mega Man, but Mega Man is a Capcom game, right? Capcom, one of the greatest companies in video game history of all times, hands down. So Mega Man being a Capcom character, right? We know the original Mega Man. Looked like a regular dude with a little hockey helmet, um, palm trees in the background, a little bit of a vectorish symbols and stuff like that. Mega Man. Then there was Mega Man 2. JJ came out with Mega Man 3, Mega Man 4, Mega Man 5, Mega Man 6, and I said they had a Mega Man 6 for Nintendo. I couldn't even surprise it. I couldn't even believe it. I was so surprised. You know what I'm saying? They had 6 different Mega Mans. JJ was just bringing them shits out. I thought he was going to stop at like Mega Man 3 or 4. And I was like, Mega Man 4? What? And then he was like, Mega Man 5, Mega Man 6. I said, oh, it was wild though. It was fun. It was fun. It was a good time. It was a good time. It was like Nintendo trivia. You didn't ask no questions. He just showed you the cover of the cartridge. That's it. He hid the name, showed you the cover, then you had to guess what it was. So that was fun. That was really fun. Anyway, I'm saying all that basically to say we're not doing that tonight. So there were Globers in his channel. They were enjoying that too. The Globers are apparently they're gamers as well. You know what I'm saying? They play games too, just like everybody else. Globers are somewhat human. They tend to be, right? So you could be Glober and be a human. We used to be Globers too. So apparently they're human. I'm just giving y'all shit. But real talk though, yeah, we're not doing that tonight. I don't have a stack of Nintendo cartridges. I don't have my comics on me, right? I don't have my comic books, so we can't do comics and talk about comics. But yeah, I just think it's interesting that you find yourselves in flat earth camps. It's almost as if you're waiting for us to say something so you can go back to your globe earth camps and tell on us. You know what I'm saying? You can go back to your McToons, your freaking prostitute Daves, and be like, you know what the flat earth guys said? They said that they're going to do this, so you guys might want to be careful. It's crazy that this is where we are these days in this whole thing, but it is what it is, right? It's all good. It's all good. But still, we're not there to talk about that. We're there to talk about why globe folks feel they need to lie to flat earth people. Now, one of the topics is a topic. I don't know when this thing is going to die down. I thought it was going to die down recently, but apparently not. It's just gained more steam since Austin Whitsitt has decided to come out, make his little shows, and then it basically reawakened the dragon, right? Reawaken the dragon in that everybody's talking on the same topics, right? My favorite is where them tickets at, because I really would love to see these tickets that you got in order to get from point A to point B, which you haven't produced. It's been over 180 days and you still haven't produced any tickets. My Lord, how hard is it to produce an itinerary? How hard is it to produce a passport stamp? How hard is it to produce a ticket? It isn't hard to produce these things. You know what I'm saying? So for you to say that you did something and not produce any real evidence that you did something kind of leads me to believe that you didn't do it at all. Not only did you not do it, but you're deceiving us, right? And not only did you deceive us at that point, but when else have you deceived us, right? So it's like everything from the final experiment on, or you thinking you were going to the final experiment, we have to it's like we have to re-examine everything you said from that point, because there's a good chance once you found out that you were going to the final experiment or whatever, right? That now at this point, you know what the deal is. You know we're about to get tricked. You know you're about to trick us, right? And so we can't believe a fucking word you say. There are many of us in the goddamn community that recognize Jaren for being a shill from way back when, right? One of those people is Edub, Eric Dubé, Eric Dubé. I call him Edub like EW. It's not. It's Eric Dubé. Shout out to Eric Dubé for, I guess, calling Judas out before Judas became Judas, right? Kind of like Saul becoming Paul, Jaren became Judas like overnight after doing what he did. But folks like Eric Dubé caught him out there years before he decided to be a turncoat. And so that's cool. That's amazing that he had the foresight the way he did, right? And he saw what he saw and recognized those things. But many of us weren't that lucky. Many of us, it happened, it came a little bit late, right? And it was a little bit of a shock to the system, for the community. It's true. It is what it is. But I think we're all wiser and better because of it, right? It definitely was a test on our psyche and our discernment, but all I feel for a good reason, because anything worth having, you kind of gotta work for. You're not gonna. It's not just gonna fall into your lap. So when Judas did what he did, um we were asking for those things. Where are these tickets? Now there were certain ways in which many of us dissected the final experiment. Aside from the tickets was my big thing, and also their lack of effort in any of those projects. It was so bad that it was like right before they got on the airplane, Jaren was filming himself trying to film a filtered sun, right? Trying to see sunspots on these things. And it was like, you're going to do this thing right before you get on the airplane? Like, I'm like, you are such a piss poor planner. Like, I should call the cops on you. and have them arrest you. And if this was a Russian police, have them arrest you and beat you at the same time. You know what I'm saying? But it's all gravy. Right now, those times have passed, but the memories haven't passed. The memories haven't passed, and there are so many of you guys in the community that are still tearing this thing down, scene by scene. And this is why I entitled today's title as, you know, you don't want to lie to flat earthers, or why you don't want to. I forgot what I entitled it, but yeah, y'all know what the hell I'm talking about. Now, I want to show you some of the latest from our brother Feed Your Mind TV, right? Feed Your Mind came out with some good stuff today. Oh, no, a few days ago, excuse me. And it was spot on, right on time. So it's originally from Taboo Conspiracy. Haven't seen Taboo Conspiracy 3 in a while. Apparently he's been real busy. He's got a lot of stuff. He's got life going on. I think he just had another kid recently and all that other good stuff. But we'll let Feed Your Mind cook. We'll let him do his thing. And right now I'm going to present to y'all Feed Your Mind TV's latest. Y'all get to check this out. This thing was fire, right? Yeah, yo, this is Feed Your Mind. And so apparently, you know, uh um Will Duffy tried to trick everybody out there in Antarctica, and that didn't work. So it's like, let me stop. All right, I'm redoing this real quick, so bear with me, y'all. Bear with me. Okay, this thing's taking forever. Oh Lord. Oh boy, of course. My shit's gonna freeze up on me. The hell? There we go. All right, it's coming, y'all.
I mean, here's the thing. I've made several videos where I can explain the 24-hour sun on the flat earth Gleasons, but then I always said that I'm on the fence. You know what I'm saying? When it comes down to this, it could be either we were all faked and Witsit and Jiranism were in on the fakery and they were sold out, or maybe they were threatened, or maybe, they had some issues when they got there and they were told and debriefed about why they're going to go along with what they're going to say happened down there. And so you never know what actually happened. But then there's other researchers coming out and there's other hypotheses coming out where you can actually explain the 24-hour sun. So I'll leave my 24-hour sun final experiment playlist in the comment section and description box so you can get caught up. I have a lot of videos there where I explore everything. And it seems like a lot of flat earthers are vocal about this experiment being faked. So with this footage, they're showing a sun glitch where first you see the sun going in its course for the day, and then the next day it's going in the same course, but this time you can see clouds in front of it and stuff. So you can tell it's different.
See, y'all, this is exactly what I'm talking about. This is exactly what I'm talking about, right? Don't lie to us. Don't sit there making it up, because you got so many of us that we there will be people going through this thing with 3 sets of fine-tooth combs looking for where you fucked up. And I'm telling you, man, I am telling you, they're going to find out, right? If they're looking, they will find it. They will, every little mess up that you make, they will find it. Listen, this is why we were talking about Neil deGrasse Tyson went to Antarctica, right? But then he's talking about, the earth is flat, or the earth is a ball, excuse me, by how the sun operates during the summer solstice up north. But he showed footage of the final, what they claim was the final experiment sun. I'm not going to let that shit go, because I feel that somebody like Neil deGrasse Tyson doing any episode of anything is going to require some serious editing. He's not just a run of the mill kind of guy like me. You know what I'm saying? I'm a run of the mill kind of channel. And no strike on me. This is a Neil deGrasse Tyson. They invest a lot of money in him. So any minor infraction, mistake that he's involved in, they must get on top of it. They have yet to get on top of that. So my question is, what the fuck are they doing? Why did they do that? But you see, if Neil deGrasse Tyson was about his shit, this is what he would have done. Oh, well, that the final experiment was actually a pretty solid experiment, because what it shows is that you can not only have, check this out, you can not only have 24 hours in the north, but you can also have, apparently, 24 hours where? In the south. You can have 24 hours also in the south. So it's actually on both poles, even though the earth is shaped like a pear, right? So he would have said some shit like that, but he didn't say no shit like that. So it leads me to believe this is some form of either he made a mistake, which I feel he did not make a mistake, or he was trying to dupe you by looking at a sun going over something, saying, yeah, oh, okay, that is the North Pole. You don't know no better. He's talking about the North. Then people could say, hey, no, that's the South Pole. These guys did the final experiment at the South Pole. They said they saw the 24-hour sun, and what they left us with is with that footage. Now, the thing is, family, is us in the Foundry, many of us don't believe that that's legit footage. We think a lot of that footage is screwed with somehow, if not altogether fake, right? Which is fine. Some of us believe that it's an actual footage of the sun being there for 24 hours. To me, it doesn't matter, because the sun winds up turning into a football anyway. So if it does turn out to be that is the natural sun, why is it turning into a football? Since when does a solid object like the sun, that's a bunch of gases or whatever, that's out in space, when have we ever seen it turn into a football? Both rising, getting to its peak, and dropping, getting to its trough. You don't see that. We've never seen that. So then it is not physical. So then that would be a very good argument in the corner of the flat earth. But I feel that this wasn't an editing error. This was done deliberately. I'm going to go back to Feed Your Mind. I'm just saying, listen, if a dummy, and I'm not that smart. Okay, I'm not dumb, too much dumb neither, but if a person like me, and I'm just a regular dude, could figure that out, imagine what, and you have people every second of the day figuring out something new of the final experiment. So these dudes are caught dead to right. That's all I'm saying, man. Like, the lies they just don't work no more, man. And it just strengthens our resolve, and it makes the globe case just look that much worse. Let's continue.
But the only thing is, you can see the sun doing the same movements where there was a
Yo, the sun, if you look at this thing, the sun's doing everything. Everything the sun is doing is exactly, it's reflecting itself. It's the same freaking thing. It's the same sun. But we'll let Feed Your Mind continue.
the situation where you saw that the sun will flash bright and then dim at the exact same time on both days, because someone put the video side by side. And this is impossible, if you ask me. I mean, there's like a sun glare situation where you'll see the sun at the top of the screen was from the first day. The sun at the bottom of the screen is from the second day. And as they show the sun moving at the same time, you'll see in the same frames that the sun will brighten up with the sun glare and then dim back down, and do it a couple times.
So what you're watching is the alleged proof of the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. It's a 24-hour time lapse appearing to show the sun traveling around in a big circle and staying above the horizon for 24 hours. It looks pretty good. The shadows match well. The lighting seems right. The video seems pretty convincing. And the clouds don't repeat 24 hours later like they did in this video, where the exact same cloud pattern repeats a day later. It's crazy how much effort goes into faking these videos. Remember the saying, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. But in this case, the clouds don't repeat 24 hours later. Instead, we're going to be looking at the sun with the same exact sun flares that repeat 24 hours later.
Wow.
I've synced the two segments of the video together. Remember, the bottom video is supposed to be 24 hours later. The clouds are different, and the lighting slightly changes, but the sun flares on the camera.
Bro, if you look at this thing, it's the same video. It's the same thing. It's wild because even this tail end right here, you got it there, you got this here, you got this here. You know, this kind of, but then the clouds, the haze from the clouds is what makes it. You know what I'm saying? The haze from the clouds kind of interferes with the rest of this light. But this is the exact same time, the exact same sun. It's crazy.
Are exactly the same. I have freezed a few frames so that you can look closer. I'm convinced.
Like, if you look at this, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. Now, I'm just looking for any imperfection in here.
Convinced these
Okay. I'm just going to be honest in what I see and what I don't see, right? Okay. So if this is an exact, I don't think the timing is exact because I see this imperfection right here, right? And then I don't see one here. Right? And then I see this little haze right there, but then I don't see as much here. Like, there's certain things about this one that I'm just being honest. You know what I'm saying? Based off of what I see.
repeating sun flares.
So these are close. Like it's close. I think the timing is just slightly off to where it's the flares are coming out the exact same, right? But the timing is off to where it's not synced perfectly, I don't think, because this one's a little bit longer than this one, probably because the words are here. This is not as sharp as this right here. This one is not as, this is more defined than this right here. And I see more of a flare coming out on this part right here, the short nub part, which y'all could probably barely see. And I don't see any over here, or I barely see one. So I'd say the timing is a little bit off if that's the same exact sun, that they just duplicated it and removed the clouds off of one. Bars, by the way. Let's continue.
Are impossible, as the slightest variation in angles and
you know, like now, like if you look, just look, I see this thing right here. Maybe that could be a cloud, I don't know. Then I see this right here in the middle, but I don't see it right here, and I don't see it right here. But that could very well be a cloud or some kind of cloud formation, because everything else I see this thing right here. I see that little ball right here, that little ball right there. And then you see this right here, and then this right here, and this right here, right? This is more defined and sharper than this one down here. And then this solar flare is more sharp. So it kind of leads me to believe that perhaps this one is a higher it's either this one's a higher definition than this one down here is, or the clouding effect that kind of messes with this image down here than it does with the one up there. This is interesting, and I mean, I sent you guys the link as well to Feed Your Mind TV's channel. Also, let's give credit to Ben over at Taboo Conspiracies 3's channel, because he's the one that did the work, and I know Feed Your Mind is breaking it down. So both these guys, definitely shout out to both of them. Ben did all the work, right, and kind of putting this together and slowing it down and doing the best that he could do to present this to us. So shout out to those guys, definitely. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to them. So let us continue, shall we? Oh, but before we do, let me say what's up to some guys in the Foundry. Jeff Gashead, I haven't seen you in a minute. Good to see you, fam. Sue F, how you doing, sis? Good to see our sister Sue F. Welcome, sis. Welcome, welcome. Hey, Lord Racer, I presume. Yes, I haven't seen Lord Racer. I see Lord Racer all the time. What am I talking about? Wolfchild, what's going on, bro? Welcome to the party, pal. Good to see Wolfchild is in the Foundry. Welcome, welcome. Let me see. Let me at him. Redondo Rocket, what's happening, homie? Good to see our brother Redondo Rockets in the Foundry. Welcome, welcome. And that's it for now. That's it. Howie's in the house. Cajun Art Guild, how you doing? How you doing, family? Good to see our brother Cajun Art Guild Porter's in the house. Good to see you, Porter. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Where's Pebbles at? Where's our sister Pebbles at? We haven't seen Pebbles. We haven't seen Maria Walker. We haven't seen Christy Lee Dolls. We haven't seen Barbara, Jehovah's daughter. We haven't seen her. We haven't seen a whole bunch of y'all, man. Whole bunch of y'all's not in here. Salad, I saw her. Haven't seen Truth Trollette. Haven't seen Truth Trollette in a while. We're looking for you, Truth Trollette. Don't be hiding. Where you hiding at? All right, let's continue. Let's continue. Let me stop flapping my gums. Let's continue.
Atmospheric conditions would alter the sun flares. But I could still see someone plausibly claiming that the repetition of the same sun flares over an approximate 12-hour period is purely a coincidence.
Look at that.
Okay, I highly doubt it, but I can see the very slight possibility.
Bro, just the movement of that, the sheer movement of the sun and all those flares, they're the exact same. It's crazy.
But there is one more thing that repeats, which I refer to as the coup de grace, that proves that this video is indeed a fake.
Wow.
Here's the clip in question. Did you see it? Here it is again. Did you see the lighting artifact flash on and off at the same exact time?
Wow.
Here.
I guess it is synced properly. It is properly synced.
Here it is again at a very slow speed. The flashes are exact and at the same video frames.
Wow.
That's impossible. There is no excuse. This video is another fake. There you go. Another blatant fakery that took some serious effort to fool you into believing in their globe model. How many times will they be able to fool you? Thanks for watching.
So, little brighten and dim.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Roger Ledwell's in the house. How you doing, Raj? Raj is in the house. Guys, again, if you don't know, now you're going to know. Go ahead, drop your channels in the Foundry so everybody got access to them. Don't wait on me. Roger's got his channel as well. Roger Ledwell's in the house. Good to see you, bro. Good to see our brother Roger's here. Drop your channel, Roger, so everybody got it. So, yeah, man. So, there it is. Like, even now, like, I was like, holy smoke. Oh, yeah, maybe the timing is off. Nah, the timing is right on time. Refraction 101. Nah, the timing is right on time. The timing is right on time. And then that thing just flashed right when it flashed. This is crazy because this is what I'm talking about. You're going to have more people that focus in on certain aspects. And this is why, Linnea Cannon, how you doing, sis? Good to see our sister Linnea Cannon's in the house. How you doing, sis? Good to see you. Good to see you. Right. And this is why anytime you see these jokers out here doing that stuff, it's listen, when you lie like that, whether you're a glober that believes wholeheartedly that your claim is true, you have to look at what's going on, right? You have to like seriously consider these lies. When you lie like that, what's at stake, right? Like you're like we've caught the globe team in so many lies that to us it's been thrown away. Like we already know that this place is flat, and we know that there are more lies to come. Us of the flat true earth, we understand that already. I think part of the reason we're working overtime is not for the exposure. Yes, serious business. Yes, give me a second. I'll give you that right now. Right? The reason we're doing that is not for our sake, right? We're working overtime, and thank God, guys like Feed Your Mind TV is putting this stuff out there. Serious business, there it is. 13-hour period. If the camera was at the same position, there shouldn't be any difference with the sun in a 13-hour period. Well, that's the thing, Gotthard Guardian. That's the thing. There were some instances where there were clouds, and then other instances where there weren't any clouds, and it was the same exact sun. But that's the thing, is with some cloud coverage, it would be totally different. You know how it is when the clouds are around you. You might get a shadowing effect somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Somewhere you will get a shadowing effect. Somewhere you would get a shadowing effect. But that sun, that was the exact same. I would argue and say that that was the same sun. I would argue and I would say that. I'd say the thing that makes me a bit apprehensive are the small differences. That's the only thing that keeps me like wondering. Are those small differences? But then I'm looking at that, and I'm looking at how the how the clouds interfere with the sun's rays, right? How the clouds just show up by and in front of the sun's rays. I'm looking at that. What I'm also looking at, and what I'm also considering is if they left that camera out there for 24 hours, there was no frost on the lens. There was no freezing on the lens. Maybe they kept the lens warm. I don't know. But I'm pretty sure that you have lenses that are designed for, inclement weather, right? For bad weather, for cold ass weather and stuff like that. But still, just looking at it, I'm like, that looks like it looks like it's the same sun. But in my mind, it if there were a few minor differences, that's still that, well, not even still, but that is different. That is different. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. In radar, right? Not even theory, but just in radar, when there are certain techniques that folks use, right? One of these when it comes to capturing a radar signature, one of them is called specific emitter identification, right? Specific emitter identification. This is like SEI, right? And so basically, or in the Navy, some Navy people would call it hull teching, right? Or hull to emitter correlation. And so the reason they would use this SEI is because pretty much what it does is it helps isolate, like many people could have the same exact kind of radar, right? The same company, the same model, everything else. But there are still differences when those same models of radar, when they transmit. So the radar's job is not only to transmit, but also to receive. The new radars, right? That are, let's say in the case of an emergence of a commercial navigation radar on a regular boat, it transmits, boom, and then it receives, right? And then what appears on a display, kind of like behind me right there, that's like a radar display. You will have those, the latitude rings. It basically has that as well. And what they would serve as mile markers and yard markers, right? Wherever that boat is or wherever that contact is within that display, it should appear, right? If it's not trying to hide itself or nothing like that. That's just a basic radar running basic functions, right? And so when it transmits, that's what we capture, right? And when we capture this signal, we can then take that signal, right? And then we can break it down in an algorithm that I'm not going to speak about, but we can break it down, we can look at that algorithm, and then basically we can compare the last time that it transmitted, right? And so what we do is we rinse and repeat. And there are certain points within a radar's transmission. It kind of serves as the radar's voice, right? The radar typically has a voice. So even though it is like, say, let's call it a Furuno, right? It's a Furuno radar, a Furuno Model 1 radar. And you have a dozen Furuno Model 1 radars. They may function off the same frequency, yes. However, every one of those radars are different in their own unique way. It's as if they have their own separate fingerprint, right? So digital radar, I know I'm getting long in the tooth. I just want you to understand that everything has its own signature. Even, I guess, a sun's rays might look, even though the camera might be stationary, the sun's rays, when it comes up, you got to remember that that sun is changing positions ever so slightly every day, right? So we have to consider these things. But even still, on a radar, after you get a certain amount of, you collect a certain amount of transmissions from that particular radar, you could tell it is that radar's voice that is transmitting. And then if you get another Model 1 later on down the road, you can compare that Model 1 to the one that you captured, and you could say, hey, that's a totally different one, possibly on a totally different ship. And that we know that that is this Furuno Model 1, but on a different ship. It does not belong on the ship that we collected on and we did SEI gathering on, because we have all the information in regards to that radar for that boat. So I guess you could, when it comes to things like solar flares as well, right? If that camera's staying stationary, looking at that camera, because, you know, Godheart Guardian, you brought up a good point, right? You did bring up a good point. And this is why I thought it was so important to kind of look at every aspect of those solar flares, because there were small differences. Now, it's not the big differences. The big differences, you could pick those out, but it's still, what you need to pay attention to are those small differences. And if there are small differences, you need to pay extra attention to it. And if you could scrub those clouds, then that would help us to differentiate, to see if we have small differences, if we do in fact have small differences. If we do have small differences, then that's a different sun. It's not the same sun. You know what I'm saying? So then that you might have to put that out the window. You might have to. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that Taboo Conspiracy is wrong. I'm not saying that, because I also did say that the clouds being there and the clouds being in the way make the sun appear a certain way still. But those rays, a lot of those rays were like the exact same. They were the exact same rays from the day prior. You know what I'm saying? And then once you had that flash, I think what Taboo was going for also was that major flash that happened at the end. But even still, this is what you come across. Like, you come across people going through everything with a fine tooth comb, swearing up and down that you like, when you lie once, man, everything gets scrutinized. When you lie one time, everything gets scrutinized. I think Globe people, like, there's no turning back. You might as well just keep lying, right? Number one, you're going to pay for it eventually. Number two, we're not going to believe anything you say. So your credibility is shot as far as the Globe is concerned. And so I think this is another thing that we have to consider, right? Is that people that either are on the fence or they're unsure of the argument, they're going to look at that. who lies and who has lied, because that might be used as, evidence or lack of evidence to sway a person's opinion, because they're going to be like, all right, who was the most credible? Who held their people's feet to the fire? Who lied and just deceives? Who's the one that deceives? And then more often than not, you're going to have people look at the globe, and then they're going to wonder, they're going to ask those questions. Well, why do they have to deceive if their claims are factual? And then automatically, this is how people become flat earthers. And that is how people ultimately become flat earthers. It doesn't, you don't need me screaming and yelling, telling the globe people that they suck. No, you see what it is when you lie. I'm not lying for you. You guys lie to us. You guys lie about us, lie about what your results are. And then the truth comes to light. It doesn't hold up under the court of law, or it just doesn't hold up. And then you got people out there like freaking, Taboo Conspiracy 3 and everybody else out there that's looking for where you guys are. Just the chink in your armor is the credibility of it all, right? The telling the truth aspect of it. And then if that's where you guys lose, are the people that are on the fence. It's the ones that are actually just really looking for the truth, because all they need is one lie. That's it. We've found already like a dozen and a half in everything that you guys do. We find all these lies, right? But this is just another one. I guess you could say another feather in the hat against the globe Earth. Flat Earth, we have nothing to lie about, because really what we're just trying to do is we're just trying to figure this place out. We have nothing, like we ain't got time for it. We're just trying to figure this place out. And I think it's a noble cause if you think about it. And it's not bragging, it's just what it is. It's us just trying to figure out what's underneath our feet. And many of us feel like we don't have much time left to try and figure it out, because any day now they can flip it all on its head, and then we could be in the middle of a reset, a flood, mud flood, a fire, whatever you want to call it. Something can have earthquake, whatever, right? They might drop a bomb on us and say that it was fucking Tunguska Part 2, right? These guys will say anything. Like, now that let's talk about Tunguska for a second before I go back to the original topic, right? So we look at Tunguska. Tunguska happened in Siberia. They said in 1908, right? Let's think about 1908. What news? Did we have CBS News? Did we have NBC News, nightly news? Did we have Reuters, BBC, right? British Broadcasting Channel, guys. Get your minds out the gutter. So we didn't have those guys. We didn't have Univision. We didn't have Telemundo. We didn't have PBS. We didn't even have TV. We didn't have these things. So how did the media have the presence of mind to know, especially American media, right? How did we have the presence of mind to know that a zillion megaton comet fell from the sky? This is their claim, y'all, not mine. This is the mainstream narrative claim that says a big old comet or meteorite fell from the sky, didn't hit the earth, but blew up in midair. And it flattened like 80,000 trees, they said. Nobody was around, or they said nobody died, this, that, the third, and people witnessed it. How does that make any sense? So then my question is, if something really did blow up, and we know it wasn't no meteor, we know that's all cap, right? What did they destroy? Because they had to have destroyed something, right? What were they doing, and what did they destroy? Or were they testing like a hydrogen bomb? Or were they testing a Moab or something like that? Because we came out with the Moab in like 2000, 2001, 2000, I think, 2000, 2001, something like that. And nobody, it's like a brand new bomb. But then it's like, you have things like Tunguska and all these lies that we've been given prior or post Tunguska up to now. And so I'm like, all right, so we know they're bullshitting about their meteorites and stuff and asteroids. So what the hell could have come in contact with the forest and blown up? My thing was that old world? Was that some old world something? Was that like a site of some sort that they decided they needed to remove before continuing with the reset, the new reset, right? Or the post reset, excuse me. So Tunguska, that's a big one. Nobody talks about Tunguska no more. Tunguska used to be on everybody's mind. Tunguska was one of those things. You go to Coast AM, George Norrie, George Knapp, all them dudes was talking about the Tunguska experiment, or the Tunguska occurrence all the time. It wasn't even a massacre because didn't nobody die. You know what I'm saying? But they don't talk about Tunguska no more. You want to know why they don't talk about Tunguska? Because Tartary was there. Tartaria, I guess you could call it. But Tartary was there. I think that was Greater Tartary. That was part of it. That was part of it. And that was possibly just another place in which they destroyed back then. Right? Now I'm sitting there flapping my gums. I apologize, y'all. Let's let Feed Your Mind TV. Let's let him finish. Go ahead and finish.
Him a few times, and that's something that you could dismiss if it was just on one day at a different time. But this is the exact same time stamp where the second day at the exact same time it did the same thing. So it's like it's on a video loop. But for some reason they were able to add clouds into the situation where you can see clouds. So they're saying, oh, this is definitely a different day because there wasn't clouds in front of it before. But now you see there's clouds and you can tell it's a whole different day. But yet at the exact same time on both frames, the sun is glaring in and out. So that seems like that's not possible. What's the chance of that being a situation where the sun would have the same reaction at the exact same time? It's not possible. So it looks like we've been duped about this 24-hour experiment. And
okay, now I'm looking at these suns.
that would mean that Witsit and Jeranism were
okay. When I see this, things like this right here, and then this, yeah, that almost looks the exact same, but this is more defined, right? This is more defined over here, and you don't see nothing over here. But like this would convince me. That and this maybe would convince me. But then when I see this missing and I don't see this, or I see one and not the other, then I'm like, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe they left that thing in the same place, right? Maybe not. And then you look at this piece right here, this last one right here, and then you look at this where this is almost segmented. So these things definitely you need to keep an eye out for. You got to have careful eyes when it comes to these things.
Literally lying. You see, I'd like to give them the benefit of the doubt, where that's why I didn't just outright say it's fake, because he invited flat earthers to go down there. So when he invited anybody who wanted to go and then flat earthers are rejecting to go down there, it just makes me think, well, if we're trying to get this information, it won't hurt to go down there, you know? So
yeah, I'm looking here. It almost looks the same. Almost looks the same, but okay, this is a cloud that's probably missing because it's all cloudy here.
when they asked for people to go down there, the final ones that went down there was just Jeranism Witsit. And then
Okay. Looking there, looking there, looking there, looking there. Here.
a bunch of globe earthers. So with that, I mean, we're not really getting the full report back because there could have been more people that could have went down there with them. And DITRH declined, and I don't know if Eric Dubé was invited, and who else could have went? I mean, Mark Sargent. I mean, it's really hard to say who could we trust to go down there and get that report, because everyone pretty much turned on Witsit and Jeranism now because they came back and said that they saw the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. People are saying it's faked, and they got real mad at them. and Jainism quit over the anger from the flat earth community. It sounds like that influenced him to stop being a flat earther, because it sounded like at first he was almost willing to look into it and see what this might mean and is there any way to explain it. But then he said the hate just kept coming in to where he just couldn't take it. Witsit said he got the same hate, but he actually is standing firm on the flat earth because he's saying basically this doesn't prove that we're on a globe earth, which is true because there's hundreds of flat earth proofs. So
Yeah.
seeing the sun in the sky doing what you would expect it to do on a globe does not prove a globe earth, because there's so many other flat earth proofs. I mean, I have over 200 flat earth proofs.
So so Taboo Conspiracy, almighty, what's going on, family? Taboo Conspiracy actually did drop a new video like 3 days ago, 3 days ago, something like that. And it was a level experiment, another level experiment, just a different country. So that's what I'm saying. Like I've said this once and I'll say it again. Taboo Conspiracy like specializes in catching people doing the level and the distance tests, right? So again, we had another level distance test. I think this one was in like Norway or something like that. Norway, Sweden, one of them damn Baltic Norwegian country, them Nordic countries, right? Norway, Sweden, something like that. And those guys, that distance is another one. That's just another distance test. So I like anytime we hear, hey, Flatty, why don't you show us where this flat earth proof is? Well, how many level tests do we have to do? Yeah, it's Finland. There we go. Finland. Okay. Finland. So yeah, Finland actually shares an island with Norway and Sweden. So yeah, it's right there. Finland. Thank you, Roger. So it shares that big giant piece of land with Norway and Sweden, and it's the easternmost country on that land. It's the easternmost country on that land. So they did the level test there. And yeah, the results came back as level. The earth still isn't curving, so you guys could go to sleep again. Right? You guys could go back to bed and relax, calm your hearts. The earth still isn't curving. Yeah, we've done all these tests, guys. So you guys of the globe, like what more do you need? And that's what I'm saying is, we're not making any stories up. We're not lying to you about anything. What more do you need? What, you people of the globe, what do you need? What do you need? Because you're here. What do you need from us? What are you looking for? Like, and I'll say it again, because you are here. What is it? What is it that you need? You need some water. You need a foot massage. What do you need? You need some pancakes. What do you need? What do you need? Do you need to be hugged and burped? What do you need? What do you need? What will make it to where you get it? Because my question is, are you looking for answers? Are you looking for the truth? What is it that you want? What is it that you need? We've given the channels out, the taboos, right? Everybody that's in the Foundry that has their channel, we've given you different resources, not just me, right? There are a lot of good channels out there, very informative channels, right? That give you different takes and different aspects as to why this place is level and true, right? And job. Oh my God, JJ, right? And why this place is level and true. And again, we have nothing to hide. Duke Nukem, what's going on, bro? I seen you in there. I didn't say hi though. What's going on? So if you look at it all, we're more than happy to give you the resource, but you're not. I don't know if this is not taking to you and why it's not taking to you. So globe people out there, help me help you. Mr. Super Sidewinder, how you doing, sir? Help us to help you. Because if I don't know the answer, I can promise you that somebody in the Foundry will know the answer. Help us to help you. What do you need? What do you need to get you to understand? And my thing is, I'm not trying to force you to understand. I'm not trying to force anybody to do anything they're not ready to do. So how is it that we can help you without getting annoyed and without getting on each other's nerves? You know, we notice how we didn't sabotage NASA. We didn't sabotage any globers. We didn't try to gum up their plans so they can't. We didn't try to say, oh, you need to get that person off because they're teaching this and this guy was drinking while no, we don't we're like, whatever, man. This guy's a loser, he's a liar. It is what it is. We don't go to people's channels and try to get them banned, right? We don't try to get them off. We don't sabotage nobody's stuff. I'd say the craziest thing we've done was we went en masse to, the Apollo Detectives channel, and we were like asking them, like, okay, so how does that work if you're making these claims that these things are moving? And we had discussions with them, right? So we didn't really troll them, but we asked them questions because it's like guys that work in the Apollo Detectives, a la, Jera White, Marcus Allen, those guys, and everything else like that. Those guys are like so close to the truth, but I don't think they want to open that last door because they probably, I feel, in my opinion, I feel that those guys of the Apollo Detectives are deep down, they're flat earthers, but they're like, hey, we're maintaining our final thread of credibility. As far as they want to go is the moon landing was a hoax. That's as far as they want to go. Because if they go beyond that, they are going to become flat earthers. Those guys are not stupid, right? Guys like Bart Sabrell, he's making a good living off of his, we never landed on the moon thing. If Bart Sabrell goes if he goes a step further with it, he will become a flat earther. He will not be making that money. So Bart Sabrell is very careful with it. And I don't hate Bart Sabrell, but I do feel that Bart Sabrell is all about money. Whatever his motives are, obviously he needs it, right? He needs it. I'm just calling a strike a strike. That's all I'm doing. I'm not trying to get no beef with nobody. I'm just calling it like I see it, right? He needs the money, so he's doing what he needs to do. Um, Presented a modest increase over the 2024 budget of 24.9 billion. Hilarious. Okay. Yeah. 25.4. Okay. For the globe. Yeah. So when I see guys like Bart Sabrell not taking it a step closer, he knows he would become a flat earther. When I see guys like Jera White and Marcus Allen of the NASA shills, right, calling out those guys for not going to the moon like they said that they did. The reason they don't want to go into the reason they do not want to investigate flat Earth is because they will become one of us. And once you pass that threshold, there is no going back. There is no going back. Like, I'm serious. Like, you globe guys, you think we just settle here. We don't. We go to the guys like that because we're like, oh, those guys, they're almost like us. They're just undercooked. That's all. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Bob Lazar, right? Bob Lazar don't even want to go there. He doesn't want to go there because if Bob Lazar goes there, he's like, oh, dang, it's flat. Like Bob Lazar, he's gonna lose. He's gonna lose his money. So he does, and that's what it is. That's really what it boils down to. Oh wow, NASA will pay billions to Elon Musk this year, so Elon suddenly shut up. Yep, exactly, exactly, exactly. Once you go flat, you don't go back unless you're compromised. Exactly. Yeah, Bob Lazar. Yeah, George Bush glasses and all, man. Bob Lazar is he's bought and paid for. Unfortunately for him, man, like he's all these smart people, these people that know better, and they're just not gonna, yeah, they're not. Exactly. Yeah, you don't see people telling the truth. You don't see no Julian Assanges or nothing like that going on, which I don't really give him much credit neither. Like Julian Assange, I kind of feel like he's just a sacrificial shill, sacrificial lamb shill, whatever, right? But For the rest of those folks, man, that are doing God's work, like they're not going to get no Hollywood star. Why would you get a Hollywood star unless you're working alongside the synagogue of Satan? You're working, well, not the synagogue of Satan, out of the Eastern Med, not those guys, but well, yeah, hell, yeah, why not, right? You get a Hollywood star when you're living that lifestyle. You get a Hollywood star when you've compromised yourself to a degree, right? And certain lifestyles that we're just not privy to, and we kind of don't want to be privy to, but we understand goes on, right? You get a Hollywood star, right? It is what it is, man. And ain't no smoke on those dudes. But if you notice, globe people, for the globe people that are in here, we don't like that's not the camp that we come from. You'll never find us within that camp, right? And we don't mind being who we are, and we don't mind the company that we keep, because at least we can control that. You know what I'm saying? And we're like, hey, man, if they think we're weird, you should see the people that are outside of this community if you think we're bad. And so it's basically saying all that to say that the truth is the truth, no matter what you say or how you say it. It is the truth, right? And we're happy with the truth. The truth is enough for us. It's when you start lying that it becomes a problem. We hold people accountable here. I don't know what y'all do in y'all's community. When you see people lie, you kind of egg them on, it looks like. And correct me if I'm mistaken. When you see people lie, or when you see people troll, or when you see people when you see these, you haven't what's funny is I haven't seen a glober call out. Have you guys, if you guys in a Foundry, tell me one for yes or two for no, I guess, right? Have you seen, you could, one for yes, two for no. Has anyone ever seen a glober look at a flat earth video where we show these NASA astronauts in harnesses getting caught? Have you ever seen a glober agree and say that yes, that is fake? Or any pool footage that we show is pool footage with like a scuba diver on their visor? One for yes, that you've seen a glober say, yes, that is fucked up. Or two for no, that you've seen a glober say, yes, that is fucked up. One for yes, two for no. Harness trauma. Oh, heresy seed. So DeWitt straight laces. So for the yeses, I am interested to hear what it is these globers have said when they've seen these, I guess you could say these screw ups. 1.5. So they dance around it. Suspension trauma. What's suspension trauma? You mean getting hurt from the harness? All right. I am, because I've experienced the nose. I have never seen them call them out. But I would love to see these globers. Almighty, what's going on, family? Almighty over there on the Rumble side, holding it down, holding it down. I love it. So I would love to see your testimony talking about how a glober reacted when they saw the harness failures. So I see Spin. Tell us about this suspension trauma. I don't know what that is. And I'm also interested in the flat earth folks talking about the harness failures and how, yes, they've heard globers talking about, yeah, that's fucked up. Like, I'm curious. Like, I'm so curious about hearing this thing. I would love to see one concession. It's just that after 20 minutes or so, you have to reset it because it can result in serious injury or death. Well, why are you wearing a harness if you're on the ISS is my question. No. Not that they're not lying. I'm asking about, one, if you've met a glober that you showed harness, NASA astronaut harness footage to, and after showing them that footage, that one, yes, they admitted that it was fake, or two, they did not admit it. I know it sounds a little fucked up, probably in the way I'm wording it. You know what I'm saying? But they look at it and they're like, two, yeah, yeah, okay, two, yeah. Same with me. I've never heard a Glober come out and call them out on their fake harness footage. But every flat earther understands the harness footage. You know what I'm saying? And we see it as fake because it's real. They're really in harnesses. But why would you need to be in a harness in the ISS? And how do you have a studio production going on in something as small as the ISS? You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. There's an uncut hour-long tour of the ISS, so the harness seems to be impossible. So IC Spin IC Spin is one of those ones. Ones end up as FEers anyway. I read a comment from the Glober who admitted the harness, but said it was only so NASA could save money, and that's why they fake it. Right. Duke Nukem, did you ever see Candace Owens kill shot from Africa? No, I never even kill shot from Africa. I never even heard of that. I don't know what that is. They'll never, and that's what it is. Because even IC Spin says there's an uncut hour-long tour of the ISS, so the harness seems to be impossible to me. So IC Spin apparently has neither seen it. Apparently, somebody pull up some harness footage, send it my way, please. Somebody, anybody, get a harness. Flat Earth Banjo typically does it. And so there it is. So you see what IC Spin is saying. There's an uncut hour-long tour of the ISS. Like, we have mountains of evidence, a preponderance of evidence showing that they do harness fakery. Yeah. We've got so much evidence. IC Spin, have a seat. You go, IC Spin, go take a piss, please. Go take a piss, go make dookie, whatever you need to do. Hopefully you pump and dump. And then you bring your ass back out here. Wash your hands first. Wash your hands. Grab some coffee or something like that. Bring your ass back here because somebody's about to pull up some footage. All right. Somebody's about to pull up some harness fakery footage for you. I am right now looking at Flat Earth Banjo's channel because he's the one that does a lot of the harness fakery. Flat Earth Banjo does a lot of the harness fakery. And I love it because, okay, here we go. This is one of the more recent ones. This is like from 2 weeks ago.
Is below towards his waist.
So we're going to show you guys some NASA fakery. All right. And again, like I've said, the full uncut footage. Okay, IC Spin. They probably got lucky once, but there are too many instances where we've caught them. So IC Spin, have a seat and get ready and enjoy. I think, who was it? Sheldon that was in the ISS from, that nerd show that was on syndication for a little bit. Flat Earth and Coffee has a whole playing list of space fakery. Oh man, I haven't heard from Flat Earth Coffee in a while. I wonder where he is. Hopefully he's around. I'd love to see him. Say hi. Big Bang Theory. That's it. Big Bang Theory, where he does that for a while, and it looks perfectly real. That's somebody from the where it's not. It's years old. Yeah, guys. Flat Earth Coffee. Say it. Your chest. Banjo. Yeah. Banjo. Flat Earth Banjo. Hello, guys. So if you look at the ISS, you can see that the whole thing is fake. They put trickery in your face. The whole thing, you can see it as fake. You know what I'm saying? The whole thing was made up, and so these guys are sitting there with harness. You got a lady there with her hairspray and a harness at the same time. Look at these folks. You know what I'm saying? John Thor has a good one. Okay, so let me go ahead and let me shut the hell up. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to present y'all that real fast, right? NASA fails. There it is. Flat Earth Banjo's channel, full effect. Let's do it, y'all. Check it out.
Hello, my friends. Hope you guys are doing fine today. This is a special video upon a request from one of my subscribers. He asked me to put together some of NASA's bloopers. So I decided to go ahead and put some of what I have. But these are not just the ones that become more popular, but also the most convincing ones. The very first part, we're going to look at morphing objects, things that morph into the astronauts' bodies. We're going to look at the astronauts fading in or out of the ISS or so. We're going to look at wires and harnesses.
Monkey Cat Pat Pat, that's a good question. So Monkey Cat Pat Pat says, explain how a live feed can be edited in real time. So Monkey Cat, there's two things, right? Maybe not all of those things are live feed. Maybe all of those things, because we're assuming they're live feed, right? Maybe some of those are staged. Maybe they have people asking seeded questions. They ask at a particular time and then they're answered accordingly, right? They're told what to ask. They ask the question and then it is answered accordingly. Plus, you've got people using green screen. You understand? So people that have green screen and better green screen than what's behind me. This is like a fake digitalized green screen. I don't even have the green screen behind me, but you have these guys that have been working with green screen for quite some time, and they're still not. They still haven't perfected it at that time. You know what I'm saying? So you see a lot of errors, and we're going to show it to you. We're going to show you the errors, and this is what I'm talking about. Don't listen to us. And this is why I say we don't go in there and we don't chop and edit the video, right? Those guys make the mistakes. We just expose it. We just expose their boo-boo. We didn't force anything. We just we're showing you their footage. I hope that makes sense, because we're not doing anything. This is what I'm trying to tell you, is that we're not doing anything. Us flat earthers aren't messing with any of the videos. You understand? So let me shut the hell up and let these guys kind of do their thing. Okay. And here it is. Check it out. NASA's bloopers from Eddie by Eddie Allen Carr. So let's get to it, guys.
The water training facility, random anomalies that I'm going to be pointing at, and glitches and more glitches.
Guys, so let me go ahead and let me drop this in the Foundry. Boom. That's Eddie's channel. Show him some love. Check his stuff out, right? I like Eddie's channel, so let's check him out. And there goes there goes Don Pettit. Look at this dude's face.
So let's go ahead and get started. We're going to cover now the morphing objects, things that really look suspicious, you know. And the first one, we saw the Chris Hadfield and playing the guitar.
Are y'all looking at that? You guys see that? You guys see where that thing is? That stem for the mic? You see where it's at? Pay attention.
When you zoom in, you look at the microphone, how it just penetrates his face, his neck. You see the microphone as we zoom in, which makes me believe that this microphone is not even real. You know, he's looking at a monitor, and which projects this microphone to us who are looking. Or even the Chris Hadfield is not even there. It's another CGI image. This is also very telling, to say the least. You see the microphone on his hand and the wire, and how the wire just goes through his hand, just like if there was nothing there. And we're going to zoom in.
Look at that.
So you'll be able to look closely. Just pay attention. See how the wires of the wire of the microphone just goes through his hand, just like if there was nothing there. So either the astronaut hand is CGI, or which I believe is the microphone.
Red's rhetoric. There is no debate. There's no debate. You're going to have to sit down and watch. You're going to have to deal with the men and women of the Foundry. So there is no debate. I'm sorry. There's no debate. You're wasting your time, my friend. I'm asking, and I'm telling you, not only one, is there no debate, but two, that we're not making this up. This is NASA errors. You understand? There's no debating me about any of this. There isn't. This is them lying. Let's continue. You guys get to watch it. I'm not going to say shit. I'll let these dudes do the cooking.
On itself and the wire. He looks at the monitor. He pretends to be holding it, but it's not really there. Right? He can see on the monitor. That's why he keeps looking at the monitor. And we see what he sees, but it's not really there. And this one, you see the microphone disappearing also from her hand, comes back and goes away. So you see the glitches there. Now you see it, and then now you don't see it anymore. It just like
This dude
disappears. So some of these anomalies in this so-called live transmission of the ISS. This is a really interesting one. I had a lot of trouble trying to find this image in high definition.
Oh,
You
wow.
just see his face, like his whole head morphs into this part of the fuselage of the ISS. It penetrates. This lady, you see the pendant on her neck, how it penetrates her neck, goes
Wow.
inside her throat. So, you see that it's probably a digital image. Yeah, you see this guy playing ping pong with the water ball. The water ball on one side of the racket, you can see on the other side of this racket, which demonstrates that the ball is really CGI, and they were not able to do a good job there. You can see on the other side.
So you see, this is what I want to show you guys, right? Like I'm showing you guys their errors. And what you got to understand, right, globe people, is that there is no debate. We didn't put that in there and then cut it off, or we didn't put that in there and say, no, that's not us. That's this, that's that. No, we don't have to, because it's them making the errors. So what do you do? My question then is kind of what I asked earlier. What do you have to ask me? What is there to debate me about? Have you ever filmed something real time? Yes, and you don't have that effect go on. I know many of y'all that do real time filming every day. Some of y'all got OnlyFans and shit like that, right? And when you do these things, there is no, nothing's penetrating your body and going through the other side. There was no pun intended for that. I promise you, there really wasn't. But nothing goes through your arm and then that doesn't, no. Mm-mm. Who's a coward? Oh, that's, I don't know if you're trying to call me a coward or what, but that doesn't make any sense. There is no, he's not, number one, he's not reasonable. All right. No, that's the thing, is there's no reasoning with you guys. There isn't. What I'm doing is I'm presenting to you your fuck ups. We didn't make that. But yes, we took certain segments and we're presenting it, but we didn't make that up, is what I'm telling you. We didn't doctor any of this footage. That's you guys that did that. Your globe people did that. Your people that are claiming to be someplace that they're not. You understand? Just keep watching. Just keep. You know what? Listen, he's going to call me coward. He's going to say I'm scared. I'm a chicken. And then what's that going to do? I'm going to bring him up here so he's going to talk about shit that's not true. But this is what I'm saying. We have no reason to lie, right? Like he could make all the insults that he want. He could, and this is what they do, right? They're going to make all the insults that they want. They're still lying. What am I going to let him up for? So this is why I'm asking those questions. Why would I let him up? No, Brenda, Brenda lies. Brenda's a walking, talking, living, breathing lie. Brenda doesn't know whether it's coming or going. Still trying to figure that shit out. So no. You guys lose all credibility with him. Let's continue.
Same situation here. This is a high definition 4K image of Scott Kelly. He keeps looking at the monitor in front of him because there's no water ball there. Just pay attention to his eyes. He just positioned the rackets there. But he's looking at the monitor. It's on the monitor. He sees the CGI ball, and that's what they show us as well. His eyes is not on the ball or on the rackets. It's at the monitor. His eyes on the monitor. So he just places there the racket, but the ball, it's a CGI ball. So now let's look at fading in and out astronauts. This is from the Chinese Space Agency. Just see the guy fading in. Now I have seen some explanations from Globers. They say this is just fading like I can do, fading in from one image to the other. The problem is when I do this effect, the whole image fades in into another one. But in this case, you see just the astronaut
Yeah.
fading in. So it seems like he was in front of a CGI screen.
Oh, jeez.
This is famous too. You see the guy fading out as he enters that other compartment. He
Nice.
fades out. And you see some
Nice.
glitches also in the other side, opposite side of
That's what
the
I'm saying.
ISS.
Look at this
He's
dude.
back, and that's a pretty weird move. It clearly sees that he's hanging on wires. He has to control his weight. And now you see him disappearing again. And this is also interesting. You see his head going through the upper parts of this
But-
compartment where they are. He just goes
Dude.
right through it, as his head is totally CGI. So which makes us think that either him is not physically there, but just like a projected image, or he's in front of a CGI screen.
Yeah, and see, you guys see all these exposed wires and everything like that. Like, I'm gonna tell you right now, okay, and I'm gonna put it in as basic terms as possible. When I was in the military, now I know that's not a submarine up there. I get it, but you have certain places that, yes, you may have wires exposed, but not to that extent. That place is an absolute bird's nest fucking mess nightmare. It looks as if they wired the place Monday and then it's Tuesday and they went out to lunch. They're going to get ready to lag around it or put freaking wire channeling or something like that around it. They've looked like they've done a terrible job with wiring, and they're walking away from the job site because they're either on strike or they got fired or whatever, right? Or they left for the day. They're coming back to finish the job. That looks like an incomplete job of wiring, right? If it's a matter of, hey, we change these wires out, I get it, right? Because you're swapping wires to change channels and stuff like that. Cool, I get it. Like, I've done that. People do that, right? But you still have wires that are sectioned off, or you still have wires that run through channels, or the stuff is put away in a neat kind of uh, fashion, excuse me. That whole place looks like an absolute bird's nest, a disaster. The whole place. Let's check it out. Let's look at that. Look at this. All these wires everywhere, everywhere. Even on a P3, even on an airplane, you have covering that covers up here. You have these wires are not exposed because you know why? They become some sort of a tripping hazard. Now, these guys aren't necessarily tripping because they're not walking, because they're held by harnesses, but still, you wouldn't look at all these arms. You got jewelry out there, you got legs, you got feet, you got toes, right? People could easily get their foot caught up in this thing and rip a wire out. And here's the thing. Don Pettit doesn't even know what compartment he's in case that there's a casualty. Do you really think those guys know exactly what each one of those wires is doing? Don Pettit doesn't even know what to do when there's a casualty in the cupola. Do you really think these guys know what those fucking wires are doing? My answer is absolutely not. Because if you don't know how to get your ass out of a bind with a fucking piece of glass that has the potential to rupture and suck everybody out into space, then there's a very good chance that you don't know what all those fucking wires are doing too. There's a very good chance. And then I'm going to chalk this up to my experience, right? As a Navy man, when I flew on an EP3, we needed to know damn near every piece of equipment that was in there, right? And we were drilled on it consistently. right? You needed to know what that piece of equipment was, and if there was a fire, where the breaker was to secure the equipment and isolate the equipment so it could, you can combat the fire and everything else. Okay. This is me as an enlisted person, plus other enlisted people that were 20 years my junior. You understand? Well, not 20 years, but, close. 20 years, something like that. But these were a lot of kids, a bunch of kids that were basically doing the same job, and you had to know what to secure, what to turn off in case that there's a fire. You also needed to know along with that in case there's pressure drop, right? There's a pressure change because of a decompression, rapid decompression. This is it's probably like the easiest thing, the easiest casualty to know how to combat. Not necessarily combat, because sometimes if you don't know that you have a rapid decompression, it could spell doom for you. In that if you lose that cabin pressure, you could very well pass out, and then everybody will pass out, and then you could ultimately crash the plane and die, right? But Don Pettit doesn't even know what to do in case there's a rapid decompression. He's like, I don't know. I'm like, motherfucker, secure the area, go on O2, let somebody know, fucking, and then fix the problem, try to get out. On an airplane, it's like, look, depressurize, descend, depressurize, get on O2, right? Let people know that, hey, we are suffering, we've got a freaking cabin pressure issue. We got to descend, we got to depressurize, getting on O2, but you got to get on O2. So see, I'm enlisted, right? The Navy doesn't invest nearly as much money in me as they do astronauts and liars and shit like that, right? The Navy invests a lot of money in their officers, right? The military, just the government agencies invest a lot of money in Department of Defense, freaking just people, officers, people that are going to be flying multi-billion-dollar pieces of equipment, right? You have to be specially trained. And to not know an emergency procedure like you should know like the back of your hand, I'm not buying that. Oh yeah, right. Oh. Icy guys, check out Icy Spin. He's saying that. Wait. I didn't block. Thank you for confirming. Also, Brenda says, "Hi, Icy Spin, just messenger." Oh, that's fine. So why are they here again? So if I'm such a bitch, why are you guys in my channel? Don't you guys have Glober stuff to do? You're a bunch of clowns. You're a bunch of clowns. And we're the losers, but you're on my channel. That's the problem. So again, you guys are just confirming everything that we talk about. That's all you're doing. I understand Icy Spin. This isn't you saying it, it's them. But if you just look, the proof is in the pudding. We don't go to like I totally forgot who Red's Rhetoric was. I don't go to his channel. None of us go to his channel. We forgot Red's Rhetoric was even alive. There were like 2 clips of him talking with, whether it was Jaren or whether it was Witsit. But he needs to come to my channel for what? I only have like 1,000 people that sub to me. I've got such a small channel. And you got that little crybaby dick sucker. They got fucking Red's Rhetoric. And then you got that fucking, I don't even know who the fuck that is. You got that homunculus they call goddamn Brenda talking about I'm their bitch. Please. They beg to get on this channel and they get no play. They get no play, they get no props. And so they got to come here. That's how sad they are. So, Icy Spin, if you want to hang out here, hey man, you're more than welcome to. You know what I'm saying? Nah, he doesn't want to chat because apparently I'm a bitch because I don't want to let his hoe ass up. And he's a liar just like the rest of them. No, there's no chat. Well, what we're going to do, though, we're going to continue with that video, though. No hoes allowed.
This one, we see that the guy's left foot is not there. It's transparent feet. His feet are not there. So he's not only hanging on wires, but it's a CGI image. The guy's not really there. his image is being projected there. So he's in front of a CGI somewhere. Same way here, you see the guy just fading in out of nowhere. You know, just like in Star Trek, beam me in, Scotty.
Look at these.
So this guy fades out, just beamed there, just like in Star Trek. So let's look now at some scenes with wires and harnesses.
Here we go.
This is a really interesting image. Pay attention in the back. The guy is gonna run through hanging. You can clearly see he
So what's the deal with all that?
is hanging.
What is the deal with all of that? This whole contraption right here. What's that all about? What is that all about? And again, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. We don't have to do anything. We don't have to do anything. And all y'all do is get caught in your lies. So for all you globers out there, just look at what we're presenting you, right? What is there for you to talk to us about? Why talk to us? We're not making these videos. NASA's the one that makes these videos. We're just presenting you what NASA made. Didn't nobody take this video, chop it up, and mess with it? NASA, we didn't doctor these videos. This is what NASA makes. This is their product. We're just sending you, via freaking Flat Earth Banjo. We're just presenting you what they need another $5 billion exactly. Right? We're just presenting you what they made. I don't have to do anything. So you guys calling me a bitch, it's like what does that do? Who does that help? Who are you educating? My question is, what is Red's rhetoric going to teach you? Who's he going to wake up? What truth is Red's rhetoric going to tell? Have I lied once? That's my question. Is Red's rhetoric going to tell you the truth about anything? Y'all want me to talk to him. What kind of truth is he going to present this channel? What is he going to teach us? How NASA's telling the truth? How NASA's telling the truth? And listen, we got CK, IC Spin, Monkey Cat, Pat Pat. So what can you guys teach us? That's my question. What can you guys present to us that's going to be of value? That's going to help us along? Are you going to say, well, this is actually how they make these lies? If you're going to present to us how they go about making these lies, if you're going to show us the Hollywood studio that they're in, then I'll accept that. But if you're going to come with some lame excuse as to why they're using harnesses in the ISS, which is in space, that doesn't work. You understand what I'm saying? That doesn't work. And it's not me making fun of anybody. This is NASA's footage, right? Those are those astronauts, the same ones that they're not only lying to people that are flat earthers, they're also, what's worse is that they're lying to you globe people, and you globe people are making the excuses for them. These globe people, you guys are making excuses for them, and it makes you look so bad. It makes you look so bad that you think by cussing me out, saying I'm a little bitch and I'm a crybaby because I wouldn't. What are you going to teach us? I'm a little bitch because I didn't. Okay. First of all, you wouldn't say that to my face in real life. Lord knows you wouldn't do that. You wouldn't disrespect me to my face like that. You wouldn't do that. So you think coming in here, talking shit to us like that is going to, what's it going to do for your cause? It's going to get people to believe you. It's going to get flat earthers to say, or it's going to get old globe earthers to say, hey, you know what? These guys have a point. He is being a little bitch. What are you going to prove to us? All I'm doing is showing you their footage. Not one of us chopped and screwed it. Not one of us messed with it. Right? No, they never would. They wouldn't. They wouldn't. They wouldn't. They wouldn't. That's the problem when you lie, man. When you lie like that, you're looking over your shoulder constantly. You're not too sure of yourself when you lie. That's the problem. You're not sure of yourself. But when you're telling the truth, even if you make a mistake, you're gonna go down with the ship. You're accountable for your words. You hold yourself accountable. There's a difference. That's the difference between flat earthers or true earthers and globers. That's the difference. That's the difference between being a man. That's between difference between being a little boy or a child, or you haven't grown up or you haven't developed yet. That's the problem with a lot of y'all globers, man. Spiritually, you're I wouldn't know whether to call you children or underdeveloped or what. A star party, Rhode Island. No, tell him to come down here. He wants to talk that shit. Tell him to find me in Brooklyn. Tell him to come over here. Tell him to come over here to Brooklyn. Bring his Rhode Island bug eating ass over here to Brooklyn and come talk that shit. You want to talk shit? Tell him to bring his ass over here. And I'll film everything that goes down. Tell him to come right here. Come right in my space and talk that shit. But he's not going to do that. He ain't going to do that. He ain't going to do that. He invited Mikey over. I don't know. I ain't even going to talk about that dude, man. I ain't even I'm going to let that shit ride. I'm going to let that shit ride, man. Frank Monday's in the Foundry. What's going on, family? Good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah. Yeah, I got black bears and all that stuff there, but we're in Brooklyn. He ain't got to worry about no black bears. So, yeah, he's going to make it up. He's going to talk that shit. But him and freaking Brandon, whatever his name is, that fucking extra confused bastard, is going to talk that mess. Meanwhile, all they're going to do is present lies still. So, you tell me where Flat Earth Banjo's bullshitting and making shit up. So Flat Earth Banjo doctored this, right? Flat Earth Banjo made this whole thing up. He's making all this up. There's an explanation for all of this, right? In a zero gravity place, right? Okay, let's continue.
Hanging on a harness, around his waist. So we're gonna reverse the image. See right there? He is hanging. And you can see the way he's positioned. If he was really in outer space, he wouldn't have to have in this position. He's balancing, his leg is lower than his upper body to be more or less comfortable, not to have his blood running through his head.
Mm-hmm.
So he has his head a little bit upward. Now, this guy, you see his arm there. We're going to look at glitches a few more minutes, but you see his arm glitching. So let's focus again on the guy in the back. There he is again, just hanging there, literally hanging there, like we normally say. So a whole bunch of CGI, the hat in front.
So Red wants to school me. So the fallen slaves of saves usual. Slaves us all, excuse me, not usual. I apologize. The fallen slaves us all. Okay. So Red wants to school you on video compression. The large video file gets compressed to save bandwidth. Then, after it's received, it's unzipped and gets a little jumbled. No, you're not. No, no. The fallen slaves. No, no, you're not going to do that. No, come on, man. Come on, bro. You got to do better than that. Come on, bro. You got to do better than that. You see, there's nothing in these lies. This is what I'm talking about, man. Yo, you lie real time too. You don't even cowardly mod strikes again. Yeah. Y'all need to who needs to grow a spine, Bob? Bob, who needs to grow a spine? Cowardly mod strike again. Who needs to grow a spine? What are you gonna teach? Bob, are you of the globe? Bob, are you gonna teach us something? What are you gonna teach us? Why this dude really isn't on a harness? That's not really a harness. Yeah. Yeah. So that's the thing. That's how they do. Yeah, they lie real. This is them lying real time. Isn't this great, y'all? We get to see the globe do exactly what we keep talking about. Lie real time. And they're scared. This is what happens when you're scared. You don't know what else to do, but you revert to what's natural. Lying. To them it's lying. They're scared. This is what fear looks like, y'all. Fear looks just like what these globe people are doing. They are lying. They're lying so much that they're like, fuck it. Let's just fucking lie. Let's just everything. Let's just lie about it all. Fuck it. That's how much they're lying. They're like, that's not a harness. That's a stick of butter coming out of his pants. What are you talking about? It's not even a harness. See, that's how dumb you flat earthers are. That's not a harness, you dumb motherfucker. That's parquet. I can't believe that's margarine. That's a stick of margarine in his pants. Are you kidding me? You flat earthers are so stupid. Look at that. That's a piece of butter coming out of his pants because he was just finished toasting his bagel. Okay? That's a stick of butter. You're dumb, flat earthers. You guys don't get it because you're stupid. That's what we would get. That's how they talk to us. You know what I'm saying? That's what these guys do. I haven't seen Marcy Chan in a while. It's been a few weeks. No. Haven't seen Marcy Chan. Haven't seen Truth Trollette. I haven't seen either of them. No. Truth Trollette, Marcy Chan, Stephanie McGuire, KK Westbury. I just seen her for the first time in a long time yesterday. A lot of them I haven't seen in a while. So yeah, like they're not going to teach us anything. They're going to make excuses for these dudes. Meanwhile, these dudes would throw them under the bus at the drop of a hat. They don't give a fuck about you. They're lying to these rhetorics and the Brendas and shit. They lie to those motherfuckers on a daily 24/7, just like they're trying to lie to us, but we see through their bullshit. But those guys are so fucking blind because they've got cum covering their fucking eyeballs. They don't know any fucking difference between the truth and a lie. They're that fucking blind. They can't see this fucking harness because they got so much cum covering their shits. Oh, that's a piece of butter coming out of his pants.
Front
They're
of the guy
idiots.
is probably just an image on the monitor that he's looking. And the famous image that the guy seems to be picking up something and putting it aside. So he's seeing that on his monitor, but somehow they fail to.
You know, Schneider, what's good, Schneider? I haven't said hi to you yet. Schneider, that's a good question. Yeah, what we're showing them right now is that what we're showing them right now is that we're not making this up. Like this right here, we're not making that up. And they're claiming this to be real. And my question then to them is, I guess it's more of a question to them. And I'd like for them to answer instead of thinking they're going to come up here and derail the whole fucking show, because they're not doing that, right? I'd like for them to come up here and answer just simple questions. Why fake this if it's so real? Why does this have to be fake if it's real? And we're not making it up, but this is their answer to it all. Where do these harnesses come from? Simple questions. You know what I'm saying? Simple, simple questions. Yes, it doesn't, here's the thing. This space station, right? This space station, even though it's still federally run, right? So NASA's still federal. Um, it may not be military, but again, it's still federal. And so these things need to have emergency procedures. Case in point, there is a suit called a Hard Suit 2000. Matter of fact, let me show you. Let me show you what it looks like, okay? Okay. So this right here, I'm going to show it to you. This is a real suit, right? And this is a real diving suit. Let me present it to y'all. I'm going to stop showing this. Then I'm going to show y'all this, right? This is a suit that many of us divers try to avoid having to wear. when I was a Navy diver back in the day. This is the hard suit 2000. Okay, this is exactly what it is. I don't know if y'all could see it. Y'all should be able to see it, right? Let me make sure I go there. Stop screen. I'm gonna present. Boom. That's what it looks like, right? This is a real fucking suit. This is a real suit, right? You see these little prongs and shit like that. So you're in this suit is huge. It's huge. And so you could like put your arms in, bring it out and everything. So this is not a suit that you would just dive in like 45 to 100 feet of water. No. And it's got these little props on the back to where you could glide and you could float and you could like take yourself from point A to point B in there, right? That suit, okay, that is here on Earth, okay? That is on Earth. And the thing is, are the emergency procedures that you need to understand, and you need to know this like the back of your hand in case shit hits the fan in that motherfucker. Because it's not you and somebody else operating it, right? It's you in the suit, but you have people on top side that are helping you control the suit. They're looking at the diagnostics, they're looking at, life support, everything else. Yes, Schneider, yes, 1,000 fucking feet, very deep, right? So you're deep down there, you're diving this motherfucker. If an emergency happens, you better know what the fuck to do. Yeah, it looks like the Michelin Man. Looks like a Michelin Man suit, right? Looks like something out of Doctor Who, like a Dalek or something like that, right? So this suit is real. This suit is real. You mean to tell me on an ISS, these guys don't know their emergency procedures? There are a zillion emergency procedures on here, and you have enlisted people like I was, enlisted people that had to run this machine, right? That had to run the hard suit 2000, enlisted people. So I'm saying all that to say that every single machinery that is either federally run or run by the military, it has a series of emergency procedure. Hell, when you get on an airplane on a commercial flight and you sit in the exit, the emergency exit station, what do you get? You get a stewardess that comes up to you and says, "Sir, in case of an emergency, are you ready to combat the issue? Are you ready to handle the problem?" And you have to either agree, you get to sit there. If you disagree, they'll move you. They'll put you elsewhere. It's fine. This is an idea of prepping your mind, even though that could have been your first airplane flight, right? And then what do? They show you what the procedure is in case of an emergency. That suit, that hard suit 2000, let me present it one more time, is run by a bunch of enlisted men and women in the United States Diving Navy, right? And it is hard as hell. Like I said, divers do not like using that thing because of the amount of emergency procedures and the qualification standards that are involved in this thing. So they don't want to fuck with it. They really, really don't. And it's simple things like this that I've had to deal with in my life, right? Things that I had to deal with in my life that I was involved in, that I had to get qualified, that I didn't want to get qualified, that I needed to know these certain positions, and I needed to know the emergency procedures involved with those positions, just so in case something happened, I knew how to take care of it. These guys are on the ISS. They don't know anything about emergency procedures. Don Pettit is a testament to that. And Don Pettit has been what a veteran in the ISS. He's been an astronaut for years, they said, and he doesn't know what the hell to do in the cupola. That was the easiest question that he should have easily gotten from that dude from Smarter Every Day. But again, that's just an example, guys. That's something here on Earth. It's here. Okay, airplanes are here, helicopters are here, tanks. For all you guys that were in the army, you might have been in a tank, right? You might have been in a Humvee. You have emergency procedures in case you get hit with an IED, or you probably rode an MRAP. If an MRAP took on like some kind of IED that blew it apart to where, you know, you had to get out or something like that, you have emergency procedures for these things. Every piece of equipment that you have to enter inside of, whether federally or militarily owned, it comes with emergency procedures. That's it. Red's rhetoric, what are you going to teach me? I just taught you some shit right there. I know I just taught you some shit. What are you going to teach me? What is fucking Brandon going to teach me? What's Mr. Brenda going to teach me? What are you going to teach me, Mr. Brenda? The fuck you going to teach me? Absolutely nothing. Y'all ain't got nothing for us. You don't even have anything for your fucking globe people. What the fuck you gonna teach us? I just spit game to you just now. The fuck you gonna show me? The fuck you got for me? Where you gonna fucking make us better? How you gonna put us up on game? You ain't got nothing but fucking lies. What the fuck you got for us, man? You ain't got nothing, no equivalent. See, that's the problem with these lies. Unless it's another series of lies that you can compare those lies to, the shit just don't fucking work. You understand? The shit don't fucking work. You gotta, where are you going to compare this ISS experience to anything on fucking Earth? You can't, because it doesn't fucking work. It's not the goddamn truth. That's why. That's why you can't fucking compare the two. That's why, because no place in the fleet. I'm telling you, unless that place is designed for people to not go, because there are rooms, right? There are rooms in certain places on the ship that might have wires exposed, right? There are places like that. There are places like that on the submarine. There are places like that on the airplane, right? On the EP3, there are places where the wires are exposed. But the thing is, they understand that those wires are exposed. So unless you have a reason to go in there and the plane is not moving, you better not walk in there. If whatever you need, you better be able to see it from a distance or something. Or you need to ask permission from the flight station prior to going in there if the plane is in motion. Other than that, you do not enter that space. You do not enter that space because of the potential for you to get fried, because of all the wires that are exposed. I can go on all fucking day. I can go on all day and just throw at you examples why your shit don't fucking work. And I'm just giving you plain shit for the ISS. Just plain shit. Yeah, Schneider, man, like real talk, like these dudes think they're going to teach us something. They have nothing for us. All we have is gifts for them. All we have is gifts for them. So I'm trying to put them on game. Like, look, like your like I'm trying to wake them up. Like your lies don't work. So here's some more truths. Here's some more truths. Whether you want it or not, you're going to listen. They're going to listen and they're going to go to bed crying. They're going to go to bed thinking about it because I'm right. We're right. We have nothing to hide. There's nothing. It's how do we have nothing to hide? It's not possible for us to hide anything. So we have nothing but information to give these jokers. They ain't got nothing for us. Let's continue with Banjo's show. I do not want us to miss out on it. Here we go again. More of that.
Broadcast that image to us. So it's looking like he's putting something away, just like this guy's playing with the hat, but the hat's not really there. It's just in front of him on the monitor. And one more time, we see the guy in the back. This image is really hard to find now, so I tried my best to put them all together. You can share with family and friends. And see, that's why we don't believe NASA, because if space was real, we would not need that. Look at this image. This person is clearly hanging upside down, pretending to be in space with no gravity. But you see the scene moving because it's being placed there. Probably was filmed before. See the green screen there, the person hanging upside down.
Huh.
And when we turn the person right side up, you can see her face.
Yep.
It's like blood is rushing
Yes.
all over her face because she's literally hanging upside down.
Mm-hmm.
This lady, you can see her jacket or her overall. She's being pulled up with a wire, and nothing. This is not really outer space. That shows some wires and harnesses, and the way she moves, really like not natural.
No, it's not natural. You see, that's discomfort when when she gets pulled on like that. That's discomfort. When you kind of get tugged, you're like, oh shit, you wasn't even ready for it. So your face turns a certain way. And she doesn't even have nuts. Can you imagine if you had nuts and you had a jock strap or some shit getting your joint jerked and pulled on and squeezed on, and you like, fuck. Imagine if you had balls. But this lady getting pulled on and stuff like that, she wasn't ready for it. That's why her face turned the way it did. Look at her over there lying and shit.
Another one there, this guy doing a backflip, and his leg got tangled in a
Look at him.
wire. You can see there he's trying to
Look at him.
pretend nothing happened, but he saw it. He got his left leg entangled on one of the wires that's holding them. Clearly something wrong there.
Yep.
Then we had this guy, you see that his arm also got entangled with something. He has to get back and untangle his arm to hold the CGI microphone in front of him.
See?
And this one also the same way. He's going to have his leg entangled. See there?
Man, that's like a dead giveaway, that right there. Yeah, the guy. I know. The guy with the gray hair. He drops the ball. He does everything fucked up. He does everything wrong. He does everything wrong. That dude with the gray hair. That's true.
His leg got entangled with the wire, and they had to cut short the broadcasting. There he is. He's got his left leg entangled on the wire. It's pure deception. This whole thing is pure deception.
Yep.
The famous image, we have seen this video times. The astronaut backflips, and the astronaut next to him pulls him closer to him. And you can see there, he holds on a wire. He doesn't grab his pants. He grabs above his pants, just above. And you can clearly see that it's probably a wire. So you see him pulling him closer to him.
Yep.
He flipped, and then he was going out of the frame, the camera view. So he kind of kept the guy close to him.
He pulled on the guy. He pulled him and he made him closer. So it was easy for him. So this is how you know. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to Eddie Allen Carr calling these dudes out and just using their own footage against them. So you see the guy, he's going off camera. And you see those guys, there they go with their harness. And his friend, he's just pulling his pants. And you can see the top of the pants just make the stretch. And those stretch, we don't make those, but they do that for them. You know what I'm saying? So these dudes, we don't have to do anything. Y'all do everything for us, man. Y'all just do everything for us.
Here you see the harness on his belly.
Oh God!
Same guy there.
I never seen this.
Tries to pick something down the ground, and you can see the place where the harness attaches to his body. This lady, you can see that her head is tilting up. She's balancing. Proof that she's not in space. She's here, and because our head normally will balance and she tries to balance her head because she's not in
Yeah.
outer space. She's in Houston. Here you see Hollywood takes on behind the scenes of movies where they are using green screen and wires. And once everything is added into the movie, they hide the wires, and you really think the person is floating in space. Sandra Bullock, really famous scene in the movie Gravity, and many people thought that she really went to space to make.
She ain't got no ass, man. Look at that ass. It just got upper legs. Look at that. No, none of that. It just nothing back there. Let's see it real quick, man.
And many people thought
That's why, man. Look at that. Look at that. No butt back there. Golly, man. Come on,
that she really went to space.
Andrew. You got to do some squats, man. Do some power squats. Do some clean jerk and press something. Deadlifts. Come on, man. There ain't nothing back there. Ain't nothing back there. Got a whole upper back, got a upper legs, lower back. That's it.
Space to make this movie. Some people thought that she went to the ISS. Scott Kelly, with his stiff arms holding close together because he doesn't want to get tangled.
Look at this.
So he does the same with his legs. He crosses his legs and his arms.
Yep.
All these people hanging on wires, we can clearly see that. And these guys, they are sitting on the wires, actually, like hanging.
Look at these dudes.
On harnesses or something. There is a place in the US somewhere where they do training. Look at this guy floating there. He's really hanging on the wire. It's so evident. The British guy who went to backflip and fell. It's pretty embarrassing. Now, this lady had a very hard time. She's not really knowledgeable of working with the wires around her waist. And also she tried to pick up something and she lost like the balance of her body instead of looking like she's floating. She had a hard time. So they had to switch immediately. You can see how they change cameras, to show the people there in the office working, but it was too late.
Yep.
You can clearly see that she was hanging and she doesn't know exactly what to do there. Probably improvise something. Let's look now at the underwater training facility. Look at this lady looking at the several screens, and one of them is a green screen. So even though you see the structure of the ISS, behind is a green screen, which means
to the Globers, they'd say something like, "Oh, that's just pea soup. That's pea soup." So they use pea soup. They come up with some bullshit reason. These guys lie so much, they come up with reasons at the drop of a hat. Anything but being accountable. You ever notice that? These guys come up with any reason but the truth. It's to me, it's amazing. Anything but the truth. Anything but, hey man, yeah, we fucked up. Like, I don't understand. I don't know. Like if you said you didn't know, I respect that. And I don't talk shit to you if you don't know. I don't know. There's nothing wrong with not knowing. There's nothing, you see, that's the problem. You got to answer a fucking fake answer for everything. That's exactly what it is. Oh man, that's that pea soup. That's why it's green. That's not a green screen. It's like pea soup. That's what it is, man. Like, you don't know about pea soup screening? Oh, it's out there. They talk about it all the time. That's what it is. If you don't know, you could say, I don't. Yeah, man, that's a good point. Like, I don't know. There's nothing wrong with that. You know how many times I say I don't know? And it's true. Like, I don't know. I don't know some shit. Like, there's a lot of shit I don't know. And I'm just real about it. There are a lot of us in here that say we don't know. Because you want to know something, when you say you don't know, you get to talk for another day with a clean slate because you don't know. That doesn't make you stupid. It doesn't make you dumb. Does it make us ignorant? To a certain degree, it does. But there's nothing wrong with being ignorant. But but see, that's the thing. There's a difference. We hold ourselves accountable. And we understand where our ignorance is the rubber that meets the road. We're just like, yeah, I don't know about all that. I don't get it. I just don't get it. It might be this. We speculate, but we say, hey, in my opinion, it could be this. It could be that. These are possibilities. But really, at the end of the day, I don't know what the hell it is. I don't know why it's doing that. And that's okay. if you guys of the globe came from that perspective, I would give you a lot more respect. But if you notice, you have a fucking excuse for everything. You got a reason for all your fuck ups and your fucking anomalies and where they come from. You ever notice that? You guys just can't fucking hold your own nuts. You get it? You guys can't fucking be accountable for fucking anything. And yeah, I know we were on JJ's channel talking shit about video games, and that was a good time. Guess what, bitch ass motherfuckers? It's Friday, motherfuckers, and you on my motherfucking channel. And you're gonna listen to what the fuck I say, the way I say it. Globe motherfuckers. If you don't like it, get the fuck up out of here. If you don't like it, Red's Rhetoric is probably having a little dick sucking party. Go to his motherfucking channel. Go suck his dick. Go fucking cross scissors with those motherfuckers over there. Go do that shit over there on his fucking channel. Go fucking do a mustache ride with him. Fuck him. Go do that shit over that at that motherfucker's channel. We handle truth over here. Welcome to Friday at Ironwork 92,000s. That's how we handle business over here. If you don't like that shit, get the fuck on out. Go over there. Fuck with him. Fuck with him. Fuck with them. They ain't all about that truth. They're going to, you see right there. Let me come up so I could tell you what you're looking at. What the fuck you going to do? Lie to me some more? What the fuck you're not just lying to me. You got a whole fucking crew right here that sees right through you and all your fucking bullshit. What the fuck you going to tell these dudes? Oh yeah, I know why those harnesses are there. You didn't know? The ISS has harnesses. No duh, motherfucker. No duh. So what are you going to teach us again? What about what? That's the big question. What you going to teach us on Friday? What you going to show us? All right? Maria Walker, how you doing, sis? It's been a while. Welcome, welcome. No, he's not. No, he's not. No, he is not a good man. No. In these flat earth world, maybe for Nintendo, sure. He is not a good man. He's not bringing anything of value to this chat. He's not bringing anything of value. Unless he wants to talk about Nintendo or PlayStation, there ain't nothing good that he's bringing here. Drop a link for what? The fuck is he going to teach us, Icy Spin? He ain't teaching us shit. The fuck's he going to teach us? Good. Monkey cat, pat. Man, God bless you. Good for you that you followed him for years. You could have followed him for decades. Good for him. The fuck this bitch ass whole motherfucker going to teach us? A chat for what? What's he going to chat with me about? What's he going to chat with us about? No, man. You know what? Listen, this is a small channel, and we do small channel shit right here. Okay? If they don't like it, if he don't like that shit, he think him and his mixed up ass boyfriend they call Brenda over there want to fuck around and find out, they could do that somewhere else, right? We're going to sit here and we're going to show all the fuck ups by NASA. And then y'all get to go someplace else and explain why NASA's telling us the truth. You get to explain it. You know what? We're going to talk about why y'all lie tonight. We're not going to let you come up here and lie some more. We're not doing that. Nah. We're gonna let it be known that y'all lying. And see, here's the thing: we're not trolling. We're not here to make fun of y'all either. We're just calling it out as we see it. You understand? We're just calling it out as we see it.
They can place anything there. The blackness of the space, Earth, the moon, anything. So that's the underwater training facility. This one is in Houston. I never thought they would have anything like this with the entire ISS built inside, so they can practice their, outside walks. And there you see some images that you cannot distinguish whether they are underwater or in space, because with the green screen technology and models, like mock-up models,
look at that.
They can do anything. They claim to be in outer space, but it could be also in one of those underwater training facilities with the blackness of space, as they call it, projected onto the green screen behind them or the blue screen. And here you see the astronauts, and there is a guy filming him, and that's a scuba diver. He even has scuba diver gear.
Look at that. Look at that scuba diver over there taking a picture of this astronaut. And we're being told that we're crazy. You see? You see? You see this shit for yourselves.
And he reflects on his helmet.
Oh boy.
So,
There he is.
NASA got caught there, and that image alone made many people stop believing NASA.
But you see, that's the thing, y'all. We don't have to make not anything up. Well, here's the thing. No. You don't have to ban them. You could, because they're gonna talk shit, right? My thing, Fallacious Earth Bob, what are they going to present, right? What truth are they gonna bring us? Where's this truth at? Like, okay, here's what's fair. Here is what is fair. Okay. I'm gonna play that game. Let's play that game real quick, y'all. Let's play that game. Okay. Let's play that game. Let's play that game. Oh, you want to play that game? Let's play that game. Let's play that game. Show us something. Teach us something. No. Let's play that game. Let's go ahead and let's play that game. Let's play that game. Show us something. And you better show us something. Don't come with no bullshit because I'm kicking you off. I'm being fair. That's fair in my channel. That's fair in my channel because I think I've been plenty gracious to motherfuckers. Let's see. Show what y'all gonna teach us. Please educate us. Show us that what we're seeing is a mistake. We're seeing mistakes. Show us what we're seeing is a mistake on our part, and it's all legit on NASA's part. Please. I'm just gonna be quiet, and I want y'all to tell us where we're wrong. Y'all go right ahead. I'm gonna be quiet, and I'm gonna let y'all cook. If y'all want to play that game, we'll play that game. I just dropped the link twice. I just dropped it twice. Okay. Y'all saying I gotta let this dude do this or let this one do that. Okay. Please show us. Just show us. Mm-hmm. Shawnee B. Is Shawnee B here? Where's Shawnee B at? Shawnee B here? I think I said what's up to FE Nation. What's happening, FE Nation? Angry Penguin. No new comedy. Angry Penguins in the house. Okay, what's happening? Who else is here? All right, I'm going to let this thing play, and please, just, I'm not going to say shit. You tell us where Banjo makes a mistake. I'm not even going to say hi to your ass. Here we go.
Let's look at some random anomalies. These are, like, for example,
Tell me
this
when to
one,
pause it.
Chris
You tell me when to pause it. I'll pause it.
Pause what?
Hatfield brushing his teeth, and then you can look.
Yo, you going to watch this? I'm saying pause this. You going to watch this without an attitude and just going to tell them where we made the mistake?
Dude, you need to state what we're actually talking about, dude. I'm not going to follow your instructions here.
Yeah, you're either going to follow my instructions or you're going to get the fuck off. It's that simple.
No, if you want.
Bye. I gave you a chance. I gave you a chance. Who's next? Adios. Gave you a chance. I gave you a chance. You ain't gonna come in here and fuck with me. Not tonight. No, sir. No, that was freaking Red's rhetoric, whatever the hell his name or his, her. I don't even know these names. These motherfuckers be pretending to be people all the time. It could be a her, it could be a him. I don't fucking know. I don't know. It could be in between. I don't even know. Wait. Hold on a minute. RG, you came off. I tried to get you on. You came off, homie. All right. Let's continue with this. I gave him a chance.
look on the corner, bottom corner, right side, this object that's floating there slowly. But what happens is Chris Hadfield is going to accelerate. He's going to
What's happening, y'all? What's going on? Raji, what's good, man? Roger Ledwell, what's going on, man?
Not much. I just wanted to come up here and mention 11 frames right quick and say hi to Red. But he disappeared. Where'd he go?
No, I kicked him off because he was sitting over there. He was like, what? Little fucking nasally ass, bitch ass, hoe ass voice. Talking shit.
He acted like he hadn't been watching the show, man, the whole fucking time.
I'm like, yo, you going to tell us what the hell we looking at? You're going to correct him. And I will pause when you, he's like, pause what? You're, I'm like, nah, we ain't doing that tonight. Bye. We ain't doing that tonight. So I'm gonna show these guys where they air. And yeah, if you're a Glober and you're gonna come up here and you're gonna educate us as to what it is we are seeing, I will shut up for you. Okay, I will give you that opportunity. That's what I was saying. Maybe I should have clarified, but I will shut up so you guys have the floor. And you could tell us that what we're looking at is correct on NASA's standpoint, from NASA's standpoint, and incorrect from the true Earth standpoint. So I've dropped the link again. I'm not getting that bitch ass motherfucker up here tonight. They call Red's rhetoric. We're not letting that motherfucker up here tonight.
Red holds a lot of grudges, dude.
I don't give a fuck. I'll slap. I don't. You know what? I'm not gonna make no threats. I don't give a fuck. He's not gonna come up here tonight on my. I don't care. Go ahead, say what you're supposed to say. I don't want to cut you off.
I was going to say, he's still got a timer. He's been trying to debate Nathan Oakley for the last 5 years. And he has a timer going right now on Nathan Oakley's debate with him, and Nathan's never going to debate him. But it's just funny to show that he'll actually go through the depths to like set a timer and still look at it to debate one man. It's crazy, dude.
Netta, what's going on, family?
Peace. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the panel.
Yeah,
Shout
man.
out.
See you, man. It's good to see you. Yeah, man. So again, Globe people, we're giving you
Keep on beating them up.
Yeah, and that's the thing, man. Like, unless you are going to hashtag you had your chance, unless you're gonna come in here and you're gonna be legit. You're gonna be legit with this. Like, don't come in here bullshitting and fucking with us, man. You gotta be honest. You gotta come real. If you're not coming real, we're going to smell it and I'm kicking you off. And I'm going to make sure that I ban you. You are going to be banished. You will be banished as if I put a lead plug on your ass. I will banish you. You understand?
Hey, and I was going to say, hey, if whoever you bring up, I mean, if someone's in the chat listening now, please just don't come with the same lame kindergarten arguments, please. That's all I'm saying.
Icy Spin is coming, and Icy Spin, you know what the rules are. I'm letting you on. If it's that bullshit, it's a warning. If it's that bullshit, listen, I'm okay. Icy Spin, welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Icy Spin, I'm letting you know right now. If you're not being honest, the Foundry, you guys are involved. I'm not gonna do anything. And you gotta be fair. Okay. Let Icy Spin come with whatever information he has. Icy Spin.
No, it's fine.
Icy Spin, listen. Icy Spin, hold on. I'm just saying, listen, I let you up here. If you start bullshitting us, Foundry will drop a 1, at which time you will be promptly removed as if this was the Gong Show. I am telling you, do not come with BS, please, because we're here to learn. Okay, that's all. We're just here to learn. So with what we're presenting tonight, we want you to show us where we are wrong as flat earthers and where you as the globe people, a la NASA and them, is right. You understand? Tell me where to pause and I will pause so you can make your point. Okay?
Got it.
Okay. So Foundry, if you feel this guy's leading us in the wrong direction, you drop as many ones as you want, and then Icy Spin, you're going to have to go. Because I'm not pulling the trigger, the Foundry is. You understand?
Yep.
Okay, so here it is. We're going to continue from the top. I'm going to rewind this just a little bit, and we're going to let Flat Earth Banjo do his thing. Is that fair?
Sure.
Okay. All right. I should have explained this to freaking Red's Rhetoric, that goddamn dick sucking motherfucker. And that's right, I said it, goddamn it.
Let's look at some random anomalies. These are, like for example, this one, Chris Hadfield brushing his teeth, and then you can look on the corner, bottom corner, right side, this object that's floating there slowly. But what happens is Chris Hadfield is going to accelerate. He's going to, they will edit the video, fast forward him brushing teeth real fast, but the image that's floating doesn't change at all. Still slow. Pay attention now. Look, they fast forward the camera, make him brushing teeth like real fast, like the flash. But the object's there, just floating really slow. So you see evidence of 2 layers there, perhaps 3. You have the background, you have Chris Hadfield, and then you have another layer in front of him.
I didn't even, I've never seen that one. I'm pausing and I'm stopping because I've never seen that. Let's watch that again. That is strange how they fast forwarded that, but this thing is still moving at slow-mo. But let's see it again.
Accelerate is going to, they will edit the video, fast forward him brushing teeth real fast, but the image that's floating doesn't change at all. Still slow. Pay attention now. Look.
I see spin. You fell off. I did not kick you out.
I'm here. I know.
Okay. Tell me where to pause. Okay.
Okay. Yep. No problem.
All right.
I'm watching.
They fast forward the camera, make him brushing teeth like real fast, like the flash. But the object's there, just floating really slow. So you see evidence of 2 layers there, perhaps 3. You have the background, you have Chris Hadfield, and then you have another layer in front of him.
Honestly, I didn't see anything that was. I didn't see anything that was suspect. Maybe you did.
Yes. So I'll bring it back again. Okay, right here. Listen.
Yep. Let's look at some random anomalies. These are, like for example, this one, Chris Hadfield brushing his teeth, and then you can look on the corner, bottom corner, right side, this object that's floating there slowly. But what happens is Chris Hadfield is going to accelerate. He's going to, they will edit the video, fast forward him brushing teeth real fast, but the image that's floating doesn't change at all. Still slow. Pay attention now. Look, they fast forward the camera, make him brushing teeth like real fast, like the flash. But the object's there, just floating.
Oh, you're talking about
really
the way it changed?
So he's moving super fast. They fast forwarded, but the speed remains constant on the bag, that bag thing right here on the right.
I see it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
You have nothing to say about this.
About no, I'm listen, man. I know that you think I'm like I've got an X on my head or whatever. I'm just here for discussion. I'm not gonna come against you. I just want to know what's going on. Right.
Okay.
Well, I think what he's trying to say is there's layering in the video to where one layer that the astronaut's in, right, brushing his teeth, is separate from the background in the bag. So when he goes really fast, the bag remains constant instead of speeding up. So if it was all one layer and all one fast forwarding, it would all be in line together.
Yes, everything would be moving at the same.
Well, another thing I noticed was just the way that it started spinning. I don't know what caused it to start spinning, but I mean, presumably something did, right?
The bag? Yeah, I don't even know where I don't even know what the bag is.
It was flying and then it started spinning.
Right.
It's a water bag. It's what he's going to use to rinse his mouth out with. Yeah.
Right. I saw that, but I didn't know whether it was a water bag because somebody gave it to him or he just put it there and it floated to him. I just thought that was so convenient that his water bag decided to float to him that way. And he sped up, but his water bag remained at that constant speed.
Yeah, it should have sped up in the film. Yeah, basically is what you're saying. But it's another layer. So it seems to be.
Yes. We have the source that did. I think this is Flat Earth Banjo. I guess. Yeah. Did he provide the source or?
No. This is the source, like the channel and stuff like that. No.
Well, yeah, just like the original video, I guess.
No.
So we could watch it.
All this stuff. Hold on. I'll drop it right there. It's in the Foundry. Boom. That's Flat Earth Banjo's channel. Also, I'll drop it in the private chat. Boom. You got it right there. Okay. There it is. So you can see it. If you want to see it, you take that and then you break it down. Or you go to the where NASA has that. But yeah, I mean that's what that is. We're gonna go to more harnesses, I'm sure. But yeah. Nothing for this guy.
Not at this point. I saw it start spinning. I know that you guys said that the normal video fast forwarded and it was normal speed. I see that on screen.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not a videographer. Like I don't know how this sort of thing works, but the only thing I brought up earlier with you, Vlad, was this suspension harness, suspension trauma.
You mentioned suspension trauma. I didn't know what that was.
Yeah, and it's common in like for instance, like Cirque du Soleil, right? Or just videos.
I get what you're saying.
Where they're flying through. Yeah. Right. Where they can only be in a harness for a certain amount of time. Like they literally are like, all right, let's shoot it. All right, ready, action. Like they're in the harness. Like, let's shoot the scene. We've got 20, 30 minutes tops. Otherwise, they start getting lightheaded. They start.
Yeah, because you're cutting off blood flow and everything else.
Right.
Yeah, and you're getting chafed. Yeah, it's a pain in the ass. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so that was my point. But
yeah, it's a pain in the crotch too, I'm sure. Now, you do know that they don't. It's not one total. It's not one total cut. These things are edited, highly edited.
Well, like for instance, this one, right? Like, it's a video that he's obviously taken the time to edit and put in the things that he wants to talk about. He may be playing it straight through, that's fine. But like, there are videos that exist that are 55 minutes to an hour and 5 minutes long that kind of leave something to be desired when it comes to like the point of whether or not there is foul play.
Hold on, let him finish, RG. Let him finish.
I was going to ask a question when he's done. Yeah, go ahead though.
Yeah, that's fine.
Go ahead. Finish up.
He's floating through the ISS. He's showing different parts of the craft, the spacecraft, presumably, right? And he's
giving it a tour.
Yeah, absolutely. And to me, it's like, okay, that's convincing. Like, it would be nice to see someone on the other side say, "Hey, look, like besides even who's the guy?
David Pettit, Don Pettit.
The British guy that generally jumps on and kind of has a problem with the ISS in particular, but regardless, where he floats through the ISS.
You're talking about Leo in particular.
Leo. Yep.
Oh,
yep.
Right.
That's the guy. Yep.
Shout out to Leo.
Level Earth Observer. Okay. Yep.
Right. But Leo doesn't have any. He doesn't have any access to go back there and mess with the video footage.
Of course not, right? Of course. And he's analyzing it, and he's providing alternative explanations. But to me, it's like, okay, well, can you show me like where the cut is in this video where they did the entire spacecraft?
So I'm curious about this, IC Spin, and I'm being legit. It's not that I'm coming out of anger, but I'm serious. What is it that we're seeing that we're calling out that you think is legitimate?
Well,
because we're past halfway through this video. We're like 17 minutes in or so, right? So where are we in air as far as true earthers? Where is it that what are we seeing wrong or incorrectly? You understand? What is it that we're seeing wrong that everything is legit? Go ahead.
For instance, what we're looking at right now, I mean, we would expect some sort of indentation or obvious, like for instance, if you're going to go the harness route, right? Like we would expect something to be a little bit more obvious than maybe what I'm seeing. Not to mention, he's showing a video that's a little bit shorter probably than what would be the maximum time, and he's he's cutting the video in a reasonable amount of time, but we're not going to be able to see the entire thing. What I would say, I would propose doing an entire the 55-minute ISS tour, which they've done. I haven't seen a flat earther cover that and even provide an explanation for that. I think that's reasonable for someone to actually try and attack on your side, I guess, to say, hey, this is where the issues are. This is what we're seeing. This is why this doesn't work. This is a reasonable amount of time for a globe explanation to be, hey, listen, there's no harnesses here. Hey, this is what it is. Maybe they're filming it in 0G gravity, whatever. But the fact is like, to count out the harnesses altogether seems to be a reasonable task to attack from a flat earth perspective, right? To say, okay, let's like debunk this, let's nip this in the bud, sort of thing.
So, okay, that's this one. What about the other 50 that we just watched? Harnesses, the baskets, not the baskets, excuse me, the harnesses, the flips, the tugs,
the disappearing, the reappearing, the objects going through his neck.
Yeah.
Well, can we talk about? Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead, Neto.
Can we talk about speeds for a second?
Speeds.
Okay, so like, you ever seen a video of people flying the G-force planes? I mean, Mach speed planes, and they face sinking when they go that fast, right?
Right.
So if they flying that fast and they face sinking, or you can't even, bodily is very dangerous to even go that speed.
Absolutely.
How does the ISS travel faster than the speed of sound? And everybody just they having fun. It ain't dangerous. It's like, that don't even make sense. Like 17,000 miles an hour. Like, where do they stop at to get on board if they're going at? Like, they don't even.
Right.
You get what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
I do. And also, my big question is, how does the ISS keep up with the Earth going 66,000 miles an hour around the sun?
Hold on.
No.
I want that guy to answer.
Yeah, one question at a time. So that first answer, IC Spin. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I see Spin. Your name IC Spin, right? After this question,
Spin, yeah.
I want you to tell me what spin you see, because I know motion blur. If I cut my camera on right now and start shaking my hand real fast, I get motion blur. Where's the motion blur if the sun is moving at 1,000 miles an hour?
Well, let him
rotating.
answer.
Excuse me.
Yeah,
so those are two questions I got for you.
At a time.
Well, the way that
at a time.
Yeah, the way that it works on our model is that it's rotating at that speed because we're at a far enough away distance.
No, hold on. That's the second question. I want you to deal with the first question first.
The first question for
restate the question, please.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Okay, so the ISS is traveling at 17,000 miles per hour.
That's it.
That's
Right.
dangerous. Like, that's so dangerous to move at that speed without being buckled up or having some type of like that pressurized suit you showed earlier. You get what I'm saying? Like, that's dangerous. Why are they having fun moving at that speed when you going slower than that on a Mark plane? Your face look like you about to turn over. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, you can show a video of somebody going Mark speed, and you see how their face look, right?
So go ahead, answer.
So how are you going these speeds looking regular? Like, could you explain going that speed with?
Well, I mean, you've been in an airplane before, I presume, right? I can't see your name on here, but Mr. T.
It's
my name Renton.
Okay, Renton. But you've been on an airplane before, right? You're obviously in a pressurized cabin, yeah.
That he knows. Yes, the answer is yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So they're in a pressurized cabin as well. They're just at a
how fast does an airplane travel? We're dealing with speeds now. Let's be very meticulous.
I'll get there. If you let me, I'll get there.
Yeah. Let him
answer. So we're talking about an elevation, right? We're talking about an elevation where atmosphere is no longer a barrier to entry, if you will, right? We're above the atmosphere. We're circling at a rate that is consistent with the fall towards Earth. That's how orbits
So a
work in our
plane flying in
model.
the stratosphere?
Okay?
What
I'm not talking
where
about an
part of the
airplane. I'm
layer?
talking about an ISS.
Yeah, he's
Uh,
keep
Oh,
keep
okay.
going with
Go
the
ahead.
explanation. So yeah,
we're,
he's
we're talking about it.
Where the ISS traveling at? Where the ISS at? Because they said the ISS a low Earth orbit. So I want to hear you tell me where ISS, what layer of the atmosphere the ISS traveling.
The ISS is at an altitude that is consistent with the rate that the heliocentric model.
No, I'm saying what layer of the
will,
atmosphere is it traveling?
Well, I don't know that question. I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head.
I know you don't know.
But
you can Google it. Ask Google.
Well, the thing is this is like if you put it yourself in, if you look at our model, right? We're talking about an altitude where the atmosphere is virtually non-existent. We're talking about 10 to the negative 17 torr, which I think Vlad will say, yeah, that's what they say is
you
space,
sure 10
right?
to the negative. You sure 10 to the negative 17 torr at that altitude, my friend.
You might want to. Is that 125 miles up? I want to say, or 250 miles.
250.
This might be higher than that. 250.
Just remember now.
Now this is your model. This is your
right.
model.
Right. We're doing an internal critique here. I can respect
we know
that.
the answers. We know the answers. That you're
what I'm saying is though,
at
our model, right? The atmosphere is virtually not a factor. So yeah, the fact that you see basically an action figure flying through the air, right? If you observe it, for instance, transiting the moon or transiting the sun, in our model, right? I'm not saying it's real to the effect that you're saying, oh, we're going to buy this, but in our model, we say that it's real when it transits the moon. In fact, Red's Rhetoric is one of the few people that was an early adopter to the transit of the moon. He's done a very good breakdown on his channel. Jaronism, who you guys like to call Judas, that's fine. He was one of the early flat earthers back in the day.
Can we get to the point, please?
He actually showed this as well. But it's just an action figure flying across the moon, and it's very normal for you and I to go, hey, what the hell? How does something that's not aerodynamic in shape and have the wings of an aircraft, how could it possibly penetrate the atmosphere? We're high enough in the atmosphere to where it's not a factor. We're also high enough in the spectrum of our distance from the Earth where we're actually in orbit. We're consistent with there's an equilibrium that we're far enough away from the Earth, and
you're talking about the Lagrange point.
No, the Lagrange point is different. That's between.
You're saying an equilibrium.
The equilibrium between what the speed that we're going at 17,500 miles per hour to what the miles away from Earth's surface that we need to be in order to achieve orbit. Right. 17,500 miles per hour. It's a relationship.
Can I ask you a quick question? Are you using Einstein gravity or are you using Newton's gravity with all this? Because that plays a big part.
It's simplified with Newton's gravity, sure. And listen, Newton's gravity is not I guess thrown out with the bathwater, as it were, when Einstein's gravity comes along. It's a better definition. It's a sharper explanation of what's actually taking place.
You mean it fits in your story better? That's what you mean.
No.
It's so basically in theory better, but they're trying to get rid of Einstein's now because it has a lot of problems.
Roger, you're familiar with the
guys one at a time. Go ahead, Roger.
Excuse me.
Roger, go ahead.
A big thing just put out a paper. The mainstream is trying to get away from Einsteinian relativity because it's not really working out with the dark matter system. So they're trying to go push it back into Newton's laws, but on a sphere, Newton's laws really don't work out. If you look into how water fluid dynamics work with your gravity and your sphere model, it's kind of really flimsy. Kind of like you have to make these tiny little planes and put it on a cylinder to make it actually comport to what actual physics are. You ever seen P-Brain before? He's got a thing called a sphere lander. It's really fun. He took a whole bunch of basically what a lot of your guys' explanation for the way water air works on your
He
planet.
danced around my question.
No, Roger. Hold on. He didn't really answer the question.
He danced around my question. He did answer.
Oh, okay.
Red. All right, guys. Before we continue, Red. The object here is to teach us something, right? And I'm not going to fault you for anything. I'm kind of making a point. We know what you're going to say. We already knew what you were going to say before you even said it.
Mm-hmm.
Matter of fact, we knew the answers to your questions that you didn't have an idea about, right? Now, I'm not sitting here to try to pass judgment on you or nothing like that. Originally, I would have, but this is just basically proving our point. You know what I'm saying? Like, we know what your answers are going to be. We know what your answers are going to be, and they don't hold up, and not in this court of law, because of the previous stuff that we've just been displaying from Banjo. That doesn't answer those questions either. It doesn't even come close. Like, if you're going to say one truth has to be consistent. If it's true, you can't have a few lies involved with the truth and then say, "Oh, well, it's all true." You know what I'm saying? And then on top of that,
why.
You know, RG, somebody fell off. Okay. Netta, you fell off. But Netta, you're back on.
Go ahead, guys.
So,
I thought I answered your question, Netter. I apologize. Can you restate it one more time and I'll do my best?
Nah, we're not gonna say that. We're not gonna do that again, man. This is getting crazy because it's like we're not getting anything out of it. We're not.
Well, listen, my point simply was just that the fact that we have orbit, right, and we can predict orbits is because of the fact that we're high enough in the atmosphere. And take it or leave it, it's fine. We're high enough to the fact that we're accelerating in a particular direction that's not up from the surface, right? That's why when we take off with rockets, we go at a rate that's at an angle. In order to get into low Earth orbit, we have to accelerate into an orbit that's literally perpendicular to the surface of Earth's surface, right?
Yeah. Hold on. Now you said that we go in orbit, right? And we can predict an orbit. Now we can also predict when stars appear in certain places as well, right?
Sure.
And we can predict when the moon comes, right? That's also in orbit as well, right? Around the Earth, right? The moon, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So have you ever heard of ALE, ALK, ALE, the Japanese company that puts things in the sky and makes projections?
Yeah. Where they do 10-minute snapshots of the Earth. Is that what you're talking about?
No. You're talking about their no.
That's okay. I'm thinking about something different.
Yeah. This is their weather radar. No, but ALE, they put objects in the sky. They could put comets, meteorites, all that stuff. Things akin to Haley Bop. They could put that in the sky and they could project it for as long as they want. Are you familiar with that? It's a real thing.
No. Yeah, go ahead. That's fine.
They've been around
for
quite some time. Hold on. Let me show you. So here's the thing. Again, Netter, Retton, you're all over the place, family. Your thing is everywhere all at one time. So hold on. I'm gonna look for it right now. Guys, help me out. Jesus.
I don't know exactly what it is, but if you don't mind, I'll ask a question while you're looking for it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is it ICP or ICS? Sorry.
You're fine.
IC Spin. Okay, Russell, man, nice to meet you.
Russell, nice to meet you.
So on the subject about orbit and stuff, I was curious if you knew that the current understanding or theory going for you guys is that the Earth is falling; it's in a free fall, and that everything that is attached to the atmosphere is being pulled down with it, and as you fall, you're going around the Earth at 17.5, right? So they say, and that's why it doesn't just fall to the Earth, is because it's spinning around just enough and just far enough to be pulled. Yeah, and that's that. I just wanted to help you out with that. That way, if anyone asks you next time, you'll see that it makes a little more sense when that's why I asked you about gravity, what model, because certain models really is like the main component, right? with holding things as it's being pulled. But my real question to you was, do you know how, just me telling you that, all right, and just taking it for what it is, do you know how that the satellite itself can stay with the Earth going at 66,000 miles an hour around the sun? Because that's another force. You're not only free falling, you're going to the side as well toward the sun. And I don't know how they account for that with satellites or the ISS or anything.
So that's the question. Do you know how that happens?
Well, there's a relationship with the speed that you're going in parallel to the Earth's surface and the elevation that you are above Earth's surface, right? So if we're at 17,500 miles an hour, we're at 200. I think you might have said 230 or 250 miles, whatever it is.
Yeah.
But the fact is that yes, orbits are literally defined as falling around a spherical body, right? So in our model, you're going fast enough to where there's going to be minor corrections because of friction. Friction is still a thing anywhere in space. It's very, very, very minute, right? But there's still a percentage of
drag and stuff. I got
gravity, right?
You keep saying things about relationships and percentages, but you being very vague. You're not really answering none of the questions. You're saying it's a relationship between the sky and the clouds, and they just know better not to touch each other. It's a relationship between the vacuum of space and then the ozone. We just gonna stay right here, you stay right here, and we're not gonna bother each other. Like, what's up with these relations? Like, just because you say it's a relationship between, that's not stuff moving faster than the supersonic speed. Don't make no sense.
Say we're going at 17,500 miles an hour.
Listen, do you know how fast that is? Do you know how fast 17,000 miles an hour is?
Just take yourself out of it for a second, right? Just think about the math, right?
That's a good question, Netter.
He don't even. But he's dealing with.
Fine. Listen,
first of all,
what I'm saying is,
hold on, Netter. Hold on to that, Netter, and continue. IC Spin. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is that the faster that
remember the Earth and the sun. That's my question.
Let one at a time.
We'll get to the sun. I'm happy to get there.
Guys, hold on. Netter, you took yourself out. I didn't kick you out. You took yourself out. So if you come back, you come back. So remember those numbers. IC Spin. Go ahead, continue.
For instance, if we're going at 17,500 miles an hour and we're at 230 miles up, 250 miles up, the higher that we are, the less we have to go in order to maintain orbit, right? It just makes sense if you think about it in its sense of gravity. All right, you have to literally just think about it from our perspective for a moment, right? Just
we have.
That's okay. All right. So
we look at gravity quite well.
So gravity is obviously an exponential relationship. The closer that we are to the center of Earth, the higher you have to go in terms of speed. So if we're instead of 250 miles up, right? If we're at 150 miles up, for instance, we'd have to be going a lot faster than 17,500 miles an hour to escape Earth's
so
gravity.
Actually, we should be going at around 83,000 miles an hour, right? Oh yeah, because remember the Earth is going at 66,000 miles an hour chasing the sun. Remember?
Well, would you agree that different forces can have
what
forces can add up to an overall force?
What's man? My friend, be careful. You talking shit now.
But you know what the universal law of gravitation is, right? Like there's a big G and a little G.
Willis, you're now.
I'm not trying to get out there in an esoteric field.
Hold on. Just easy. Listen.
Go ahead.
This Earth is still supposed to be moving at 66,000 miles an hour.
Right.
Around the sun, chasing the sun. So this Earth is still moving and it's still rotating. Please don't act like these fucking things ain't happening. We're still moving at 17,000 miles an hour. So you're going to have to dig yourself out of this one. We've got 3 ones already.
Thank you, sir.
We've got 3 ones out of here already. We got 3 ones.
Can I throw the moon into that equation too? Come on. Can I
throw it in there?
No, hold on. Let's just deal with 17,000 miles an hour though. Because that's faster than that's supersonic speed.
Let me break it down simply and you can respond.
You can't see supersonic speed, you know. You can't even see it.
You can't.
So if you moving
Well, it's
that
been
fast,
observed.
how you got time to be flipping up and moving around and you can't even you using Earth numbers. You saying 17,000 miles. You're not saying, oh, we using a different speed because we're not in the atmosphere. Why y'all using the same numbers then? Why y'all using miles per hour? That don't even make sense. It would be
Well,
called something else.
we're talking about ground speed, right, on the Earth. The
No,
planes report ground
we
speed.
talking about 17,000.
Right,
That's all we
right.
talking about.
Okay.
17,000.
There's the problem with Earth, right, with being closer to Earth is because there's wind resistance, right? Planes have to fly through wind. You would agree, right? When there's turbulence.
So
Have you ever been on a plane where there's turbulence?
The same numbers then?
Have you ever been on a plane where there's turbulence, sir?
Yes, of course.
Right? And you hold your fucking seat and you think you're about to lose your ass and you're fucking praying and you're
so
like
you
gonna
telling me you fly y'all it's flying 1,000
Answer
times
me.
faster
Answer
than
me.
that?
No. I don't want you to keep asking me questions.
No.
Answer me. Have you ever been on a plane where
we have. So how does this work?
Listen, when we're above turbulence, if you can remove yourself from your body for a second, think about this. When there's no turbulence, when the atmosphere is virtually non-existent, why should there be a barrier between you and where you're going?
Why are they using the same exact numbers? Why are they using numbers? Why are they using the same math?
I was hoping for an answer to my question. I was actually hoping for an answer to my question.
All right, what was that?
You ain't answering my question.
When we're above the atmosphere, why is there a barrier to our speed? What causes us to, I don't know, slow down when we're above traditional friction? Traditional atmosphere.
Hold on.
Atmosphere creates friction.
Now we know friction because of the air. The air causes friction.
Right.
So you have to remember these speeds are still there. We're not going to let you go just yet because people are dropping ones in here. So you still have to account for 17,500 miles an hour.
Yeah.
And the Earth is still flying at 66,000 miles an hour. So is it 83,000 miles an hour? Or is it?
I tried to talk about how the relationship works,
but how does that relationship work? Where it's the Earth moving at 66,000 miles an hour and another object independent of the Earth, because it is independent of the Earth, moving at 17,500 miles an hour.
Yeah.
That's a difference of almost 50,000 miles. 50,000 mile difference. Do you understand that? That's a 50,000 mile difference. People think they understand, and I'm gonna school you on something, okay? People think that they know what just like what Retton said. People think they know what 17,000 miles an hour is. People have no idea how fast 8,000 miles an hour is.
Thank you.
Let me educate you on something. There's something called a railgun, the naval railgun, right? They say they talk about how it moves in feet per seconds. That thing moves at around 11,000 just shooting that round, that tungsten round. You know how fast it moves? You know how fast that thing moves? Here on Earth, 11,000 miles an hour, roughly, give or take, right? 11,000 miles an hour. You mean to tell me that ISS is moving faster than that damn railgun round? And you mean to tell me the Earth is moving faster than the ISS that's supposedly moving faster than the railgun round?
Well, what's the elevation of the railgun?
Faster than the speed of sound. He's talking about faster than the speed of sound, you know.
We're talking about 250 miles up, right? We're talking about where there's virtually no.
But we get what the model says, right?
Okay.
We get it.
Yeah.
The model, but your model still says 66,600 miles an hour.
Which actually takes us to the universal law of gravitation, which you guys, it's fine if you're going to boot me, it's fine. But what I'm saying is, I know, I think it's been nice, right? But there is a universal law of gravitation where there's an there's a law of gravity. There's a universal law of gravitation.
No. It's a universal law or theory.
It's a
theory.
There's
both. The theory describes the.
So now it's a false dichotomy now.
No. Be careful.
Listen, Vlad, just Google universal law of gravitation.
No, I want you to Google 17,000 miles per hour. How about that? How about you Google that? How about you Google?
Talking about a linear relation. That's
Google supersonic.
No, there's an exponential relationship.
Hold on, listen. Google supersonic speed Google hypersonic speed. You need to
So he
Google
is
these
right.
speeds so you can know how fast these speeds are, brother. Because I don't think you have a clue what it is.
So hold on, he's right, because there is a according to this, there is a universal law of gravitation. But now with these laws, they're consistent. Laws are consistent. That's the difference between a theory and a law.
Well, no, the law is the math, right? And the theory breaks down the math. It shows you what the collection of evidence is.
That's not reality.
The theory is still your guess.
The theory is a scientific theory. It's not a theory like you and I have, right?
No,
Colloquial theory is like my theory is that my girlfriend spoiled the milk so that I would get sick. That's not the same as a scientific theory.
But your theory could be wrong. Like, notice how there's no theory of buoyancy. There is no theory of buoyancy because you can actually apply buoyancy like every second of the day. That buoyancy is not a theory. That's actually a law. It's a principle. Buoyancy
Being a man is not a theory. Being a woman and a man is not a theory.
Those aren't theories. Those are things. That's
well, we're getting lost in the weed here for a second.
Yeah,
right?
But
we need to
let's
come
compare.
back.
Let's compare buoyancy and theory right now. So, buoyancy is it is theory with this gravity thing. Like let's come back down to Earth real fast, right? You have a core of the Earth that I guess kind of predetermines what it is. That's going to the rate of how fast certain things fall to the Earth, right? Based on how far or what
there's an exponential relationship. There's an exponential relationship between the height and the speed that you're traveling parallel to Earth's surface. Yes.
What's the name of it? What's the name of the exponential relationship?
It's literally the universal law of gravitation. F equals gm m1 m2 over r squared. That's the relationship.
What's the equation of riding a bike? What's the mathematical equation of getting on a bike and riding it?
It's
Give
different.
that to me. Oh, it's different?
It applies. So obviously, gravity applies to being on a bike.
It's motion FXA. Like, I can say that too. That's just an explanation.
That's my point, is that I didn't want to get booted for literally just giving a simple equation, which is the universal law of gravitation.
I would like you to prove.
Right?
So okay, hold on, Netter. So then your simple equation can account for why the ISS is flying at 17,000 miles an hour and why the Earth is moving at 66,000 miles an hour.
Right. M1 represents the mass.
1,000 miles per hour.
Excuse me.
No, he's right, because it's still rotating at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. But if you're in New York, it's rotating at 840 miles an hour.
When you're comparing the force, right? You're comparing the two bodies, and you've got M1 versus M2.
Don't give me all that, man, dog.
Listen, mass one. Okay, the mass of body one. Right? We'll say the mass of the Earth. Excuse me. One second. I'm gonna illustrate a simple example.
Oh yeah, simple one.
Mass M1 is equivalent to mass one. Mass one being the Earth. Okay. Mass two. We can take, for example, the moon, right? And we've got the radius of the moon, right?
What is it?
We're comparing the two, whatever it is. We can talk about.
You're just saying stuff. You don't know the radius of the moon? Why
the radius of the moon is 1/6 of the Earth's radius.
This is philosophy and rhetoric now.
Okay.
Yeah, I see spin. I see spin, man. You ain't blessing us, baby. I'm sorry. Yo. We're bringing the Sandman.
Let me tie it up. Let me tie it up and I'll leave it. I'll tie it up and I'll leave it.
You could say letters and numbers. You think because you could say letters and numbers, that means you're talking about something?
Yeah,
you putting letters and numbers together. Like, that don't make sense. You're not dealing with 17,000 miles per hour. You're not dealing with 1,000 miles per hour. You're not dealing with 600. You're not dealing with that. You're talking about letters and stuff.
Yeah, I see spin. That doesn't, it still doesn't. See, that's what I'm talking about. Like, all those numbers, they sound great. But you still have to account for that 66,000 miles an hour. You still have to account for 1,100 miles an hour at the equator, 800 miles an hour at New York, freaking 17,500 miles an hour here, or on the ISS.
But you know what? It don't make sense, Vlad. You know it don't make sense though. If you fly, if the Earth rotating from east to west or west to east, whatever, right? If I'm flying from New York to California, and I fly from California to New York, why is the time the same? Shouldn't the time be different if I'm flying with the rotation?
Because the Earth doesn't move.
It should be a different. It should be a different. I should get there faster from going from west to east.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
But it don't. But it's, the flights is the same. You see what I'm saying? I'm not talking about GF. I'm not saying relation. I'm giving you real things to deal with.
Exactly. And really, that's why I see spin. No hard feelings. No hard feelings at all. But that's what I'm talking about. Like, be real with it. Don't be sitting there giving us, well, and this is, hold on, let me say my thing, man. This is what we come across. And what the globe would argue, the way they would attack us is saying, oh, you just don't understand science. No, we understand reality. Just like Netta just said, yo, you leave from New York to California. That's like, say that's a 9-hour ride, right? If you leave from California to New York, guess how long that fucking ride's going to be?
The exact same.
It's the fucking same flight, the same fucking ride. But if this thing is spinning the way we're told it's spinning, you're supposed to get there significantly faster.
Mm-hmm.
But they try to use things like gravity and things having relationships. Well, they just have a relationship with each other and they know better not to do. They conscience. Like, come on, man.
Nah. And the thing is at some point you're gonna have to drop bullshitting people, and that's why this is like IC. He calls himself IC Spin. It's like he comes from the spin zone, right? Now
this how you know they're lying though. If I set a fire right now, everything in that fire gonna burn. The fire not gonna say, "Oh, that's a baby." That fire gonna burn it. That fire not gonna have, well, that's a baby right there, so I'm not gonna burn it. So now you saying stuff got consciousness and where they have a relationship together and a gravity. Like, get out of here, dog.
Be like, yo, I'm burning.
That's what they do.
If you fall off a cliff, the cliff ain't gonna say, oh, well, that's a child, right? No, this thing's gonna happen. That's what happens. That's the law of the universe. That's the law of the universe.
Yeah, Dojo, what's happening, bro? Good to see you, man. Jojo, it's been a while. I was thinking about you today too, man.
Hey, he said, Vlad, I wanted to ask, about numbers. Like $80 million a day, you can buy all kinds of rendered studio work. You can do like hour-long, like movies like Gravity, and put it out there as a live feed from NASA, couldn't you? Mm-hmm. With 12 FX studios at your beck and call whenever you need them, you can render out whatever you want, dude. I'm just saying.
You can make it look however which way you want, and people would believe it. People would eat it up. And I mean, when you got, what's crazy is you could sound as good, as sexy as you want. If that doesn't match up to reality, it just doesn't. Like, I don't know how else to put it. Like, you guys illustrated it best. I didn't really have to say anything, but really that's.
Well, I was gonna ask him, like, if you kept him on a little longer. I was gonna just ask him. He had kind of jumped to the moon instead of sticking with the ISS. And I was going to ask him if it's a universal law of gravity, like at 250 miles above the surface. For one, he said M1 equals the mass of the Earth. Well, you got to figure out, how many miles around, then you got to, how much weight. So you got to figure out the actual weight of the mass of what's pulling on the ISS, right? And second of all, if they say everything gets pulled down or rides with the atmosphere, right? They say that's how gravity works. It just magically pulls it, as the Earth spins. Well, bro, that ISS probably is what, like 2 school buses big?
Yeah, but
compared to the Earth, bro, that thing would be sucked down to the Earth like a magnet, quick as hell. Yeah, especially if there's no atmosphere.
But they talk about mass, but a cloud wave is supposed to be a million pounds.
We're also supposed to have like a core of the Earth, right? We're supposed to have a center of the Earth, a magma core, whatever, iron core that's at 3,900 miles, right, from the surface.
Mm-hmm. When magma agree with the sand and say, I'm not going to burn through you. We just agree with each other to be right here. And you be magma right here and sand right here. We just got a relationship to agree with each other. Like, stop it.
Dojo, what's happening,
yo,
man?
Brothers,
Talk to us.
Sisters.
Good to see you.
Yeah, another thing that's crazy.
Hold on, Netta. Hold on, Netta. We're saying what's up to Dojo. We don't get Dojo much.
Excuse me. Hey, sorry, I just wanted to drop in and just say that I see spin.
Yes.
Everything he's saying is valid, but only from the perspective
We're not saying,
of
yes.
Yeah. From the perspective that gravity is real. And then so like my point of attack on this is always to get them to prove that gravity exists, because gravity is the thing that closes the system. Like Earth is not a closed system. We already know that. I mean, we know that it's a closed system because we speculate that there's a firmament.
Right.
But to replace the firmament, what the Globies have done is that they've invented the force of gravity. And then so the force of gravity gives them the alibi to say whatever they say with complete validity. Right?
That's a good point. I never considered that, but that's a good point. Yeah.
Great point.
So
Great point, brother.
the way that we need to attack them is to demonstrate to them, hey, look, you've never even proven this force called gravity, because like gravity, a true force is a force that can be measured, detected, and harnessed. So for example, electricity, which is the ultimate force. You can measure it in voltages, amperages, and all of that, right? So that one there we know is real. But gravity, there is no graviton. They'll make the claim to say that they've like the LIGO machine, but the graviton is purely an electrical phenomenon as well. And then so I'm shifting the burden to them. Like,
that's
you guys
really
need
good
to demonstrate this is an actual force. If you can't demonstrate it's an actual force, everything that you're saying is retarded, basically.
Well, in debate realms, they do have the burden because they are making a claim there is a fictitious force to begin with. They have to prove what causes it. So I always take them to force, mass attracts mass. That's where I go with them, and I'll try to go, well, we need to vary the cause of gravity to prove it exists, right? What is gravity, the cause of it? And they never get there. They just go back and forth. They don't have the actual force pinned down. They swear it's just an attractive force. By the end of that's it. That's the only thing I get from them ever.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that gravity is just a second order. It's a side effect of a force, right? Like he said, it's electrical, right? So it's something. There's some other action before, if you even want to call it gravity, right? It's like the
electrostatics.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's pretty much. Yeah, I would say so. Electrostatics is a lot stronger than gravity, but gravity is like supposedly still there. But that's what I would say. I would argue, even if it is a word, you could call it anything, right? You could call it the gas, or whatever, the gas from electrostatic or something.
That doesn't even comport to the laws of gravity.
Gravity's so selective, it don't make no sense.
Yeah, it's doing all this stuff, but they still can't answer this whole 66,000 mile an hour Earth, 1,100 mile an hour rotation, and all the other speeds, because the Earth is also chasing the sun. They're like, well, if you look at the middle of the Earth and you compare the gravity, I'm like, dude, no. And that's the thing, is every time, and Dojo, I hear exactly what you're saying, that yes, based off of their globe model, it works, right? With that lie, it's true.
Mathematically.
But yes, mathematically, with that lie, that pattern falls in sync with what he's saying, right? But it doesn't fall in sync with what reality's given us. Well, what they say that reality's given us. And it doesn't even freaking move. How many balloons do we have to send up there to show you? Ain't nothing moving. Ain't nothing moving at all. So it's like, my thing is, don't stop. And Ned, a good thing you got to him and told him, well, make this make sense. It's like, stop giving us math, because if you have to come with math every time, it's useless. Like, you need to throw it away. This is like, you need to come at us different, Icy Spin, and we need to learn something about this world. We don't need to learn any more math, because math is your way of disguising your bullshit, your lie.
Absolutely.
And the sexier you sound with your math, people that don't know any better are going to fall in line with what you say, because it's just like, oh, that's just too much.
Great point.
So let me back the hell down. Like,
The
no.
one thing I was trying to ask him, though, Vlad, was that speed is measured in linear increments, correct? If you're measuring a speed, it's a linear measurement, correct?
Okay.
Yeah. So he was saying it was an aspect of relationship. I don't see how aspect has anything to do with the linear speed, although they timestamp it with 17,000 miles an hour.
Well, what gravity does is that it gives them the alibi for rigidity. Okay, so this concept of rigidity is very important, because what gravity does in their model, it provides the rigidity between the Earth and the atmosphere. So gravity itself is this like magical force that is hidden beneath the layer of reality that makes the atmosphere rigid with the Earth as it's rotating. And it does the same thing for like the Earth around the sun, and then the sun around the Milky Way. That is the force that's keeping it rigid. But it's exactly like you said, Vlad, like it's mathematical, because when you dig into gravity, all it is a constant inside of an equation. It hasn't been measured. 9.8 meters per second per second.
Right.
Okay, that is a constant. That has never been measured. And then so every time I talk to these globies and I go to the topic of motion, I always point out to them that, yes, big G or even little g is purely just a constant inside of an equation. And I've had this like debate with like even ChatGPT. Even ChatGPT will acknowledge that, yes, it's purely a mathematical constant on a piece of paper. So that's normally how I attack the argument against these.
I have a question for you, Dojo. I have a question. What do you think the purpose of them wanting to have this constant? Do you think they're wanting to try to have that background medium be gravity?
The background medium,
like things that propagate, where everything propagates from. They're trying to replace like the ether in a way with gravity to be, that's how I kind of see it.
100%, brother. Yeah. Like they're trying to hide the ether, because the ether is the pixel on the screen that allows the LCD light to light up. And then so if you are hiding the ether, you're hiding a lot of things actually. So gravity is that force that was introduced in order to hide this thing that we call the ether. And we don't even talk about what the ether does, what the ether, what it means and all of that. So again, like,
and I'm glad you said the pixel. I got to get off, guys. My phone's dying. But listen, Dojo, and everybody in the chat on the panel, if you guys missed that, he says, right, it's the individual pixel. It's the pure potential. When you turn out all your lights and open your eyes, turn off all the electronics, and you'll see pixels everywhere. And he said it metaphorically like a pixel on the TV, but it's TV out of our eyes. In reality, there is a background medium. There is an electrical field all around us that things and light propagate out of, right? And it gives us our reality. So thank you for saying that, brother. I appreciated that a lot.
Yeah, well, to continue that, like the way that the pixel or the ether is lit up is through the electromagnetic force. The electromagnetic force produces a resonance, a frequency. It's going up and down, dynamo. That is how the pixel is changing colors, or information mode or whatever. But it's there to animate the matter itself, the electrical force. That's what is animating the ether.
It's funny because this is what I learned when I was in my astronomy class about ether. It was that it's basically the medium that helps us see things, or it's the medium that helps us see light, or it's basically the medium that light travels through, or most things travel through, if we're supposed to be light. That stuff that we were told we're supposed to be light. So really, that's what I took as ether as being, right? And that sounds valid, right? I couldn't tell you either way, but what I do know is that we sent these balloons up. We send these balloons up all the time, and the horizon's flat and nothing's flying anywhere, and ain't no satellites that the balloon is capturing that's flying in space. All 10,000 or so of these satellites that we're supposed to be seeing, and we haven't seen that a one. You know what I'm saying? So like, like globe people, listen, man. This is like I brought Icy Spin up here. Icy Spin was gracious enough to be up here, and I gave him a chance. And really what it boils down to is just being honest, man. Be honest. Like, don't give me no numbers. Numbers are part of the dishonesty. In my opinion, it's part of that whole dishonest thing, man. Be honest. Be like, yo, you know what? I don't know. I don't know why they say that. Like, just be honest. You give me a bunch of numbers. It just shows that to me, you don't know what the fuck you talking about. In real life, like, real talk, you don't know what you're talking about, because if you think about it, like, bullets travel, right? Bullets are fast. But
1,000 miles per hour.
You can slow down a bullet. You could slow down a bullet with the mirrors and everything else. You could slow them down. This damn has anybody seen these damn railgun rounds and how fast they travel? And now you're gonna tell me at almost double the speed of a railgun round, this is how fast these objects are traveling in quote unquote space. And now you have to quadruple the speed just to talk about what the Earth is doing. Really? Come on, man. Or
But
triple that speed.
He giving me letters and numbers when I asked him. I said, "What layer of the atmosphere is the ISO in?" He didn't even know the ISSN. He said, "I don't know." But you can tell me G force and X and all this other stuff, and you don't know it's not so simple as where the ISO even traveling at. But you're saying it's up there, right? Where?
I tell you what, man, is they stack lies on top of lies on top of lies to where you're like, well, that can't be a lie because they have so many lies stacked up on top of each other. There's no way in hell they could make all that up. No, they make it up. There comes a point where they just stack another lie on top of that lie, even if you caught them in the previous lie. This is why we're here talking about this instead of the harnesses. It's like, dude, you need to address the harness issue. Remember, I told you need to talk about these harnesses. They're not even fucking up there. You know what I'm saying? They're not even up there. We're talking the harnesses. They're not even up there. Address this harness problem. I'm not talking about no math, this bullshit, all that other stuff. Icy Spin, if you're still here and you're listening, understand that this is not an attack on you. This is, again, we just need you to take a look at that. We just need you to take a look at the easy stuff. This is easy. And it's easy in that if you open your eyes and you're just honest with yourself, you're like, yeah, they're pulling my fucking leg. And no, it's not. It's not a slight at you, Icy Spin. I'm for real. I'm not trying to talk shit to you, but it's being real. Like I'm getting fucked with. Why am I getting fucked with? Is the question. Go ahead, RG. My bad.
No, I was just gonna say my goodbyes. I got to jump off, but yeah, if IC Spin is still in here, bro, look into the results of when we were younger in school, and how the education system was a little different maybe then, but our country was a lot higher up in education, man. Now we're just dead last, almost dead last in all of education, bro. So you got to think what's behind that, and yeah. So it just is what it is, bro. You gotta fight your ego, bro. Fight your dissonance, whatever, cognitive dissonance. But we all had to do it, man. It's just you're a lot better off when you do take a deep look, But
hey Vlad, you should have brought up. You should have brought up the video of the guy on the outside of the ISS. Fix it. He got a screw. He got a wrench in his hand, screwing screw bolts, and you can't even tie your shoe on a merry-go-round going 3 miles an hour. A merry-go-round going 3 miles an hour, you can't tie your shoe. But you can be on the ISS traveling at 17,000 miles an hour and be on the outside of it, tethered to a little footstool, and you ain't being dragged or nothing. You just out there chilling, going 17,000 miles an hour, screwing a screw. Like, come on, man.
Yeah.
Like,
sometimes they lose. And I could tell you from a regular Joe perspective. Sometimes those objects leave from their hands, right? Do you know that when I would dive, right? And water has its thing, and water has its drag and everything. And I would drop an object, that thing is gone. Doesn't matter how much water resistance there is underneath it. That thing is gone for good. The object is gone. And I'm like, oh, fuck. And it sucks because now I have to get a whole new freaking wrench or whatever it is I'm using. I'm performing my work with. These guys could fly around up there, wherever they are. The claim is they're flying around. They could let go of this freaking tool and it's right there. And I'm like, so I have to believe that thing is flying with those guys at whatever the speed is, 17,000. Like, I don't even want to say it no more. It's just sacrilege at this point. So that's what we're led to believe. That's what we're supposed to believe. That right there.
So basically, if I'm driving 50 miles an hour, I'm going 1,050 miles an hour. Everything you're doing, you got to add 1,000 to it. I'm walking at if I'm running, I'm running at 1,000 miles per hour because the Earth's spinning at 1,000 miles. So I'm moving 1,000 plus whatever.
Yeah.
Like, come on, man. Let's be for real.
If you're running, I guess if you're running east, but if you're running west, you should be getting to where you're going fast.
But you never do, right?
Nah. And they don't. That's the thing is like globe people. We're not trying to be sexy with the math of the numbers. We just need for y'all to be real. That's it. Just take reality. Just use reality. Stop sitting there using this bullshit math that doesn't mean anything to anybody. Even NASA doesn't fucking use it. You know why? Because everything is used in accordance with a flat, non-rotating Earth. They are not going to use that bullshit math that you think they're fucking using. That's for the rest of us goy, I guess you could say. It's for the rest of us idiots down here. They know good and goddamn well they ain't going to use that bullshit because it doesn't work. It doesn't work in the real world. Like, remember, I don't know if y'all remember that episode of the Cosby Show where they were talking about the real world. In the real world, they're not going to talk about that shit, man. Real world, they would never do that. It's almost as if you're playing football and you're playing for like a professional football team. You would never practice against a bunch of kangaroos. Why would you practice football against kangaroos? You're not facing kangaroos in any football game. Why would you face them? So the same thing goes with NASA. Anytime they launch an object, whether it's a rocket or a missile, they would never ever pretend that the Earth is a particular shape just so they could get something from point A to point B, and they plan on using this thing like an airplane. They can't do that because it doesn't make sense, because people are going to be in here, lives are involved. They don't want nobody crashing this shit.
But when a hurricane going 100 miles an hour, nobody go outside. When that wind moving, you see it. When you see a hurricane going 100 miles an hour, don't go outside. But you can travel at 17,000 miles an hour and everything okay. But you can't go outside in a hurricane.
Yeah, that thing might peel your skin off, man.
And that's only 100 miles an hour wind.
Mm-hmm.
That's only 100. We ain't even talking about nothing faster than that.
Yeah.
Come on, did you make a real world Cosby reference with the Wayne over here?
No. That's a different world, homie.
Yeah, different world. Yeah, that's it. I haven't heard that in a long time. That reminded me of it.
Rachel, no, that's not true. Military officers can go on social media. That's not true. Military officers can go on social media. Yeah,
that's weird.
Yeah, no, they could be on whatchamacallit. Now they're told like it's recommended that they don't kind of do what I'm doing, but then again, I'm retired and I wasn't even an officer, so I wasn't commissioned or nothing like that. So even before I retired, I was on YouTube for a little bit. Yeah. But yeah, man, like just challenge yourself, globe people. Challenge yourself, man. Just open up your eyes, look at it through our perspective, because we were in your shoes. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm gonna leave that at that. But man, shit, we could go back to Flat Earth Banjos thing. But family, what I wanted to let you guys know was that this is the the Japanese ALE channel, right? And I went ahead and I dropped it with y'all so y'all can enjoy it. Boom. I'm gonna drop it in there again. You guys get to see all that the Japanese have accomplished with this. And it's some crazy, crazy stuff. So it almost makes me think that these guys have had it a lot longer, which more than likely they did. You have other groups out there like DARPA, and they perform things like this. I can a dollar to a donut. I can guarantee you that DARPA has achieved this already, right? But these guys are more public with it. And these guys have been around for over 13, 14 years, apparently.
This is where all their budget's going, isn't it? They fund a lot of these programs.
Listen, there are so many more companies. This is the only one we know about. You know what I'm saying? This is the only one
right down the street from Maxar. It's owned by Ball. They actually do a lot of the satellites that are supposedly put up in space right now. They build a lot of them right here in Denver, like right down the street from me. But I never see anything leave their warehouses. I don't see like here comes a truckload of satellites they're taking down to NASA. But they do say they build them there for some reason.
Yeah, this
and a satellite travel faster than the ISS. The satellite got a motor on it.
Well, they say that there's some ionic propulsion on a lot of these satellites when it comes to moving here and moving there. But you have different satellites, right? So you have medium Earth orbit, MEO they call it, and then they have low Earth orbit, the ones that we're used to, kind of like the whatchamacallit, the stuff that Elon Musk puts up there and does the internet, they say. But then you have HEO, you got high Earth orbit, right? And HEO is up there, and apparently HEO goes out at 23,000 miles an hour. 23,000 miles an hour is their claim for HEO.
But you know what's funny though? The thermosphere melts things at a crazy temperature. How is the satellite traveling in the thermosphere and not melting?
Because you know what they're gonna say? They're gonna say, "Oh, you need there are 3 ways to conduct heat, right? 3 ways to transmit heat." They're gonna say all of which you can't achieve because it's a vacuum up there or some bullshit like that. That's what they're gonna say.
No atoms will contact the surface of it, won't heat up because there's no actual. And the 10 to the negative torr is their go-to with that particular part of the thermosphere. But above that is supposedly the 15 to 17 torr, which is incredible too.
Yeah, because when you come to that much torr, you're talking about way out there, 250,000 miles or 240,000 miles an hour. That at that point and beyond is where you're supposed to be experiencing 10 to the negative 17 torr, 10 to the negative 13 torr, not that close to Earth. So I don't know if you're noticing, but when he mentioned that, that's them moving the goalposts again. That or he doesn't know.
But what don't make sense is
in that condition, dude. They don't.
But what don't make sense is if your body is 70% water, right? And water, nothing can survive in a vacuum. If you recreate and put anything in the vacuum, just like that astronaut that went in a vacuum and he said his tongue started boiling.
Yeah, LeBlanc, I think it was.
He almost died in a vacuum, and he was in a pressurized suit and almost still died in a vacuum. Nothing can survive in a vacuum. So when they say they're in a vacuum, it's blasphemy because nothing can survive in a vacuum. You can recreate a vacuum and put everything in it. It's going to explode. It's gonna be like everything in the vacuum acts crazy. So how can a human be in a vacuum and nothing happened to his body when a guy recreated a vacuum and almost died being in a vacuum?
Yeah. Well, the claim now is that they've claimed to have a vacuum room for astronauts in training. It's called like the VSAT, or I forget the name, but it's got a name, but it's a vacuum chamber that they put astronauts in. That's what their claim is. But these guys stay practicing in a swimming pool. They don't practice in that. They don't practice in the vacuum. All they do is practice in the swimming pool. We're told about the vacuum, but we're shown the swimming pool every time.
I think we have one here in Denver up at Iron Mountain. They have a vacuum chamber up here.
Yeah, that they throw astronauts in or pilots in.
I don't know if they do that here, but they do claim to have one here, and they keep a lot of CIA documents in the mountain too. Iron Mountain is like a government project, and I work with a few people that have worked out there, like security detail and stuff, and they don't let anything out, dude. They don't. Yeah. Nobody knows what's going on there. It's just hush.
Yeah, that's that up there by Colorado Springs. Is that where it's at? Is it like by Fort Collins in them?
Yeah, it is. It's right there between.
Yeah. So that's a big.
I went out with Lowry.
Have y'all seen that video of people going in a room? They have a room, I don't know where it's at, that has no sound.
Oh.
And nobody can last in the room for like longer than an hour or something like that because there's no sound and you can hear your organs and you can just hear certain stuff, and it's like weird being in a place with no sound because silence is very loud.
Oh yeah,
very loud.
That would drive you mad, wouldn't you? You go crazy. Hearing your heartbeat, hearing your like glands grind in your ear.
I wonder if that's suffocating. It's probably a suffocating feeling to not have any sound. Probably feels like you suffocating.
It's dangerous.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, family, shit, man. We 4 hours in the hole, man. 4 hours in the damn Foundry tonight. And I think I'm going to cut it. I'm going to cut it short, man, because I got to be up here in a couple of hours, y'all. But Globers, listen, this is not a slight on you guys, man. You guys have to teach us something that we don't already know. Okay, you guys seriously have to like show us where we're wrong, and that's like, yeah, that's yeah. Good luck, please. Good luck. And it's being real, because we've gotten to the point we making fun of you, talking shit to you doesn't do anything, doesn't move the needle. So we're trying different things. What are you going to show us to steer us back to what you claim the truth is? Dojo is back. Dojo went to the bathroom. Where'd you go?
Oh no, I was just listening in, but I just wanted to say that I caught your stream the other day with your shirt off. So that was an excellent stream.
Oh man, appreciate it, man. Thank you.
The emotion, the energy, and all of that's exactly what we need. Like we're not taking a backward step, because we really want to change the world. And I'm going to be a little bit preachy here, but in order to change the world, we need to attack the lies. This is like they're building our world on a foundation of lies, and the three biggest lies is, to me anyway, viruses being the cause of disease and contagion, the theory of the nuclear bomb, so the cascading chain reaction to split an atom. Like I said, it's about the ether, and you can't split the ether. There's no way to do it. Okay, and then number 3, the flat Earth, like the globe Earth lie. So those, if we are able to take out those 3 lies, then we stand a better chance of changing things, because as I said, we're all imprisoned here through these lies, and we want to escape, because we see a world that is abundant, resourceful, full of love, brothers and sisters, moms and dads, children. And we want to make the world a better place, and that is the reason why it's good to be passionate about flat Earth. And the other thing is, we can't be ashamed of it, because nobody here is ashamed of it, but the psyop against us is to make us feel ashamed of it. And because I see a lot of flat earthers also self-censoring because they don't want to be revealed to be flat earthers. But
really,
yeah, because the current population of flat earthers is roughly around about 10%, but the tipping point is only around about 20%. If we get to about 20%, this is when people will be the fallacy of consensus, right? We will have consensus on our side at 20%, because the lies can't be maintained. This is the reason why they're throwing everything at flat Earth, because it's the one lie that unravels everything. So, much peace, much love, and keep on bringing the energy, Vlad, because that's what it's all about.
I appreciate you, Dojo, and thank you for that, man. Much appreciated, fam. Much love. Thank you. Dojo, everybody. We don't get them often, but when we do, we love to have them on the panel. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to our brother Dojo in here, in the Foundry and stuff, in the panel. So
yeah, I wanted to give you props on your tattoos, man. Nice ink.
Oh, appreciate you, man.
During this show, but you didn't read it, I don't think. Nice ink. Nice.
Oh yeah, thank you, man. Thank you. I'm trying to match my shirt with my tats, apparently. Yeah, man.
Yeah, I appreciate the bill, man. I love being on the show.
Yeah,
I
man.
appreciate you letting doing the bill, man. Thank you.
Yeah, man. No doubt that, man. It's good to have you, man, and it's good to have you as an addition to the team, man. You know what I'm saying? Anybody in this damn war that is going to provide anything good to what we have going, man, I definitely welcome the energy. I definitely welcome the information and the knowledge that we bring, because together we just make each other better. You know what I'm saying? I just feel that there are those that are caught up in the globe thing because it's about shame. They can't let go of the math, and the math sounds so good and it tastes good in your mouth, but it's actually poison. Because if you can't when you take a step back and you realize what you're spitting out, then you realize it's poison. You can't go back to that. And I think that's what scares a lot of you globe folks, is that if you recognize the information that you're providing to people is poison, and it does no one any good, because we just had a gentleman in here, trying to give us stuff that we already knew for the most part, right? And it was empty, and it's just full of lies and full of poison. When you realize that, it's going, unless you have no conscience, unless you have no soul, it's hard for you to go back and live that lie. You understand? So I feel that many of you in the globe that feel that you're just too far removed, or you're too far gone from telling the truth. But I'm here to tell you, man, it's never too late to turn around and tell the truth. Yeah, you'll get caught up. We'll talk shit to you for a little bit, but once you see what the truth is, you'll know. Once you see it, you'll know. And at that point, you have a decision to make. And it's all on you, whether you want to follow what's good or you want to continue with the lie. But I tell you, you're not making any money. I know you ain't making no money, because you in here. You know what I'm saying? You in here telling lies. You're not making no money. Ain't no bitch, ain't no women coming after you or nothing like that, right? You're not making anything. Nobody has anything for you to lie to us. So remember those words. Remember what it is I'm telling you, man, because I'm only doing this out of love. And when I get angry, there's a good reason why I get angry or I get frustrated. It's no pain or no harm that I want to see come to anybody, right? But you're not lying to me, and if you got kids, you're probably lying to them. We already know what the truth is not. We know what it's not already, and we're still trying to figure this place out. And if you ain't trying to help us in that journey, then, man, there are other channels out there that you could just sit and loiter at, but this ain't that place. You know what I'm saying? We want everybody to be better. We want everybody to be better. So I'm just going to leave it at that, fam. But again, man, I appreciate the panel for being here, and the Foundry. It's always a pleasure. It's always good to have y'all here, man, because y'all hold it down, man. And y'all make this crazy and interesting. And you guys are like the gong in the Gong Show. And you guys determine whether a motherfucker stay or they go. You know what I'm saying? So we really appreciate having y'all here, because y'all make it better as well. But anyway, family, that's it for the night, man. I got to take my black ass to bed. Now I'm going to let it ride. But before I go, I'm going to leave you guys with my blessing. I wish the Foundry and everybody nothing but the best: health, wealth, love, joy, prosperity, but most of all, wisdom, 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 family. We need to be wise in these days to come, and we're just here to make each other better. Anyway, fam, that's all we got. Peace. And we are out of here. We love y'all. Peace.
Right,
a little bit of Jeffersons, y'all. Peace, peace.
Yes,